Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me all the way in the back? Good. Okay. Thank you very much for coming here today and having us in Connecticut. It's really, really fun to have come out here, see you all. For those that are not familiar at all with Bashar and or channeling in general, really one way to sort of look at it is it's really just an altered state that just about everyone can do and often does in their own lives from time to time, although they use it in different ways. The channeling state is similar to when you do something that you love to do and you get lost in it so deeply that you don't pay attention to the passage of time. The singer that's lost in the song, the artist that's lost in the painting, the actor that becomes the role. In a sense, that's a channeling state, and in that state you apparently can access all sorts of different levels of your own consciousness, or perhaps even, in this case, potentially other consciousnesses. But what we always like to say in this is, Bashar comes through and presents himself as an extraterrestrial consciousness, and this is theoretically a telepathic link-up between us. He's not speaking English, he's just sending thoughts. It gets translated into the language that I've been raised to understand, which is English. We've seen him come through other people in other countries, and of course in that case it's recognizable as the same personality, but it comes out in the language that they were raised to understand. But bottom line is, you don't really have to believe that Bashar is who he says he is to get benefit out of this. The main purpose of bringing the information through is that it seems to have the ability to really help people make deep changes in their lives, and that's the reason we keep on doing it, because we keep getting feedback from people that it does make differences in their lives. It does seem to work when they apply it. And so for that reason, we let it come through however it needs to come through, and if Bashar is who he says he is, perhaps someday we'll meet him face to face. Until then, it's the information that really is more important. So by all means, use it if it works for you. If not, you'll get what you need somewhere else. But I think you'll have a lot of fun with him. The more fun you have with him, the more fun he'll have with you. And when you do ask your questions, just be direct. Just talk to him like you would talk with anyone. And as April suggested, it's good in a workshop of this nature to sort of try and focus the questions on the subject at hand, which is changing core beliefs. Really get deeply involved with him as to, how you want this material to work for you. So this is your opportunity to interact with him in that way. Does everyone have the diagrams? Because that's going to be important through the workshop, so make sure you do have the diagrams. And other than that, have a good time. And I'll see you all later.
I'll say good day to you, this day of your time. How are you all? All right, thank you. First of all, we would like to thank each and every one of you, individually and all of you together collectively, for your willingness to co-create this interaction, allow us to create this transmission of information to you in this way at this time. Each and every time your civilization allows our civilization to interact with you in this way, it affords us an opportunity to experience through you another facet of the multidimensional crystal of all that is, of creation. And this, to us, is a gift. We get to experience, through your perspectives, through your understanding, a different way that creation has of expressing and experiencing itself. And it expands our understanding, therefore, of the ways that creation has to express itself, and increases everyone's ability to understand that much more clearly what creation can be, what creation is all about. You, as a unique expression of creation, are equal to every other expression of creation. But of course, you are unique. Your world has a certain kind of overall experience of reality. You have a different kind of experience of physical reality than any other world that might also have chosen to experience physical reality. And the uniqueness of your experience of physical reality is one of the reasons why our civilization and others are very interested in what is going on your planet at this time, because you are going through great transformations of consciousness, great transformations of understanding, expansion and awareness that bring you to a point where you are beginning to remember who and what you are more and more as an aspect of the infinite, as an aspect of a multidimensional creation. And so that memory that is now coming back to you after generations and generations of forgetfulness is what is resulting in your age of awareness, age of transition, age of transformation, what you call your new age on your planet. This remembering thus means that you're not really learning anything new. You are simply recalling what it is as a spirit you have always known. Now is the time on your planet when this is possible, when it is more available to more of you than it has ever been before in your history for a long time, as you count time to exist. In experiencing your physiological reality, one that has imposed upon itself a great degree of limitation, a great degree of forgetfulness, a great degree of the experience of disconnection from the infinite, you have created a very unique experience of learning to discover the light coming out of great darkness. And this is a very powerful thing to have chosen. One of the reasons why many beings are so interested in observing what is going on your planet today with regard to the transition and transformation of awareness is that you have imposed upon yourself in the past such great degree of limitation, and yet still manage to arrive at a point out of all of that forgetfulness where you are now remembering that you are beings of light. And the ability to do that is an indication of how strong you are. And also to other beings that may be going through their own transitions and transformations in other civilizations, seeing in you your ability to find the light even after having imposed such great darkness and limitation and forgetfulness upon yourself means that nothing is impossible. If you can do it, anyone can do it. So you are great teachers in that sense for all beings in creation. And you are great teachers of yourselves to pull yourself through that kind of experience. And we are deeply appreciative and grateful for your willingness to experience that and create for yourself a unique manifestation of self-discovery and reawakening. In the creation of this unique experience of disconnection and experience of forgetfulness, you have created, as a way of experiencing physical reality, unique personality structures. A personality structure is composed primarily of three main components. You clothe yourself in this personality as a spirit. You take on this mask called personality. And it is basically composed of the ideas of beliefs and definitions, emotions, feelings, and thirdly, of thoughts and actions, behavior, if you will. These three components form what you recognize as your physical persona, your physical self, physical personality, how you identify yourselves as physical beings through your personalities. But these personalities are artificial constructs in a sense, created by you in order to experience the idea of space-time, of physical reality, of creation in a temporal matrix, in a space-time continuum idea. In other words, as spirit, things can manifest instantaneously. But as physical beings, you can actually observe and experience the process of creation itself. And so, in order to have that experience, you get into your personality diving suit, and you dive deep down into physical materiality, crystallizing your idea of yourselves into solid matter. And by creating this personality, you can thus then experience the concept called physical reality. Always maintaining, of course, a link back to your spiritual self, your higher self, your oversoul self. Now, when you create this physical personality, when you crystallize this physical persona, it will, of course, take on the attributes in general of the general agreement and contracts you have all agreed to abide by, generally speaking, for the idea of the experience and exploration of physical reality. And when those physical personas are crystallized, are solidified, they take on certain attributes, certain patterns that represent the idea of the physical reality you have agreed to explore. And in taking on those attributes and taking on those patterns, such as self-imposed limitations, the concept of forgetfulness, the experience of disconnection, experiences of emotionality, of thoughts, and physiological behavior, when you take those on, it can create experiences that will lead you through processes that bring you back, always will bring you back to yourself, to an awareness and an awakening to your true self. But in that process, because by definition it may contain elements of forgetfulness, so that you can explore physical reality in the unique way you have chosen to, there may be moments that are experienced as difficult, painful, fearful, doubtful. And so, this interaction, this day of your time, is designed specifically to aid and assist you in this journey, in this process you have chosen for yourself called physical life, to let you know that it does not have to be experienced in a painful way, that you can still face all your challenges, that you can still explore all your themes, all the ideas you wished to learn, all the lessons you desired to learn, you chose to learn as a spirit, as a soul, by exploring physical reality, but experience those things, learn those lessons, face those challenges in an exciting way, rather than a painful way. That you can transform the darkest dark into the brightest light. That you have the ability to do that, even in your forgetfulness. You still have the ability. And that you have created for yourself a family of guides, a family of soul friends, such as ourselves and others, that are always willing to remind you who you really are and give you suggestions for what tools may assist you in your self-chosen journey of self-discovery, so that it can be recognized now, at this time on your planet, as something that can generate excitement, so that you can face the challenges of the unraveling and revealing of yourself in a way that is constructive and creative and loving and beneficial to yourself and all concerned. So that your lives can now become ecstatic explosions of synchronicity and manifestation. All this is possible and always has been. But you have, in creating self-imposed limitations, self-imposed forgetfulness, self-imposed experiences of disconnection from the all, you have created also a forgetfulness that it has always been available to you. And we, and others, and yourselves, are now capable of working together to remind you, to remember, to literally remember who you are, to put yourselves back together instead of experiencing yourselves in a fragmented way You can still experience physical reality. But you don't have to experience it to the degree of segregation and fragmentation and separation and disconnection that you have experienced for thousands of years on your planet. You are free to be free at this time. Free to be more of who you really are. Now, when we talk about the idea of disconnection, pay attention to the fact that what we are actually saying is the experience of disconnection. Because you can never really be disconnected from all that is. You are a part of all that is. That can never change. You are what is. You can never be outside because there is no outside. You can never be really disconnected because everything is actually one thing, expressing itself and experiencing itself as a multitude of things within it. But every separate thing, every person, place, and thing, every separate idea, everything that appears to be separate only appears to be so. It is an illusion of separation that you use as a tool to experience physical reality. The idea called physical reality. But there is no physical reality outside of you. It is all, in that sense, a projection from you, through you. And thus then, as you go into this new age of awareness, you begin to awaken more and more every day in every way to the fact that there is no real separation between what you appear to experience around you and who you are within. And as you change yourself, you see what is around you change in the same way that as you look into a glass mirror, you see the reflection back of whatever is actually on your face, be it a frown or a smile. But remember, the reflection in the mirror will not change, cannot change, until you decide to either smile or frown first. But when you do, the reflection will have no choice but to match what is on your face. It does not have a mind of its own. It does not have a reality of its own. You give it life. You give it birth. You support it and perpetuate whatever the reflection is. It is up to you to decide who you will see in that mirror, what you will experience yourself to be. But not because. Do not change because you want to change the reflection. Smile, not because it's important to see the smile in the mirror. Smile because it feels good to do so. Because that's what you choose to do. Because that's who you choose to be. Don't wait for the mirror to reflect it back. Smile first. Because that's who you are. Now, let us begin with this understanding that reality, your physical reality, is the product of what you believe, what you've been taught to believe most strongly is going to be true about that reality, about your experiences in it, in all situations and circumstances that you may attract or generate in your life. How you experience those situations and those circumstances is completely reliant on how you define your relationship to that situation, to that circumstance, to that person, to that issue. Please remember this first and foremost. And this is very important. I will repeat it if necessary, as many times as necessary, until this becomes innately understood in each and every one of you. One of the greatest gifts creation has given to all things within creation, and we know how this may sound at first, is life is meaningless. Life is meaningless? What do you mean by that? Well, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. What we mean is this. Nothing comes with built-in meaning automatically. All situations, circumstances, things in life are neutral, devoid of any particular built-in meaning. They are neutral props, symbols. You give them the meaning, either automatically, unconsciously, or intentionally by choice. And the meaning you put, the meaning you assign to any given situation, circumstance, person, place, or thing, utterly and completely determines the effect you get from that situation, circumstance, person, place, or thing. They are devoid of meaning so that you are capable of being the creator of your reality and deciding and choosing what meaning to give those circumstances, and thus determining what effect you get from the circumstance, no matter how it looks. The same circumstance can give you a positive or a negative effect, a positive or a negative experience. If you learn to put positive meaning into a circumstance for you, if your relationship to that circumstance is defined by you as positive, you will only get a positive effect from it regardless of what anyone else's intention in that situation might be toward you. This is the third law of creation. What you put out is what you get back. Again, like the mirror, if you frown, you cannot see a smile in the reflection. If you smile, you cannot see a frown. If you learn that life is basically meaningless, so that it's up to you, with your free will, your choice, your freedom to choose, so that you put the meaning into it that serves you best, then you will understand that being meaningless is the greatest gift life could give you, so that you can determine how you will experience life. With your capacity to be a co-creator with all that is, to define your reality in a way that makes it uniquely your own, so that you can experience reality in the way you prefer to, in a way that you believe is aligned with your truth, your true self. And in so doing, magically and miraculously and effortlessly find yourself in a life of harmony, creativity, love, synchronicity, and recognize at that moment then that that is the way life can be if you define it as such. And this brings us to the core issue at hand. Physical reality is the product, utterly, of your core belief, your core definition. What you have been taught to believe is true, is possible for you. What you have been taught to define your relationship to life as. Now we understand, as we said before, that when you adopt the physical persona, you may, in some ways, unknowingly adopt certain kinds of ideas, certain kinds of definitions and concepts that will bring about a kind of fog of forgetfulness once you're in physical reality, and not allow you to remember that you chose that reality, number one. And number two, may allow you to harbor some of the definitions and beliefs that create your reality in an unconscious way, so that you may not even be in touch with the fact of how it is that the things that are going on in your life are occurring. But you see, this is the definition of a belief. A belief must be self-sustaining in order for you to actually have an experience in reality of that belief. And that's why many times it's very difficult to adopt a new belief, or to even know there is another belief to adopt, is because every belief, in some sense, is exclusive of every other belief, so that you can focus on the reality that belief is designed to generate, to the exclusion of any other interference from any other reality, any other perspective, or any other idea. However, Knowing this is a belief unto itself as well. And when you finally get to the point of realization that there can be such a thing as a belief in other beliefs, and a belief in an ability to change from one belief to another, then you have discovered the key that unlocks you from any particular belief and allows you to experience beliefs in a conscious way and experience your reality and your life in an aware manner that allows you the flexibility and the freedom to choose what kind of reality you will experience based on the knowledge and the certainty that as you get in touch with what you believe that is creating your reality, you can easily get in touch with other beliefs and you can replace the belief you don't prefer with one that you do and thus generate a reality that is more in alignment with your preference. This is all simple physics. That's all it is. It's all energy in motion. It's all vibration. And whatever vibration you give off utterly determines the kind of experience you will get in physical reality, because there is no physical reality aside from what you believe it to be. That's what physical reality is. Even many of your own scientists, your quantum physicists, are now beginning to realize that there is no outside external physical reality that is different or apart from or separate from what it is you choose to observe about it. Paradoxical? Yes. But that's all right. When you're working with paradox, you're truly working with the core power of your being. That's what paradox tells you. When things seem totally opposite, mutually exclusive, and yet you have both of them at the same time creating a paradox, what that tells you is both of those apparently mutually opposite and exclusive things still must generate from somewhere within you, somewhere in the center. They both issue from the same place. And when you can see them both equally and experience the idea called paradox, then what that tells you is you're sitting squarely at the center of your being and capable of observing both sides and thus bringing both sides into absolute balance. So work with paradox. Paradox is your friend. Paradox lets you know you are where you need to be. You are finally realizing and becoming aware of the fact that you are creating the polarity, that you are creating the dichotomy, that you are in charge of that experience, that it's coming through you, from you. Belief. Getting in touch with belief. Getting in touch with definitions that then generate your reality is what it is all about, because that's the first component. Look at it this way. Look at this analogy. Building a house on your planet requires a design, a blueprint, to let you know what the house ought to look like. It requires builders to build the house. And it requires building materials. So, your belief systems, your definitions are like the blueprints. Your emotions are like the builders of the house. And your thoughts and behaviors are like the building materials. So if you have a blueprint, if you have a belief, if you have a definition that isn't quite drawn right, looks a little crooked, looks a little wonky, looks a little out of phase, out of step, you cannot expect the builders to then understand how to build the house properly, and you cannot necessarily expect them to use building materials that are of high quality if they're not getting an accurate blueprint of what it is they need to use to begin with. So if you are using belief systems that are out of alignment with your true self, then the emotions and the energy that comes to you that takes the belief and manifests it into physical reality, thoughts and behaviors, are going to only be able to take their cue from the original blueprint. And the quality of those building materials and the energy of those builders are only going to be capable of building a house that might lean to one side or fall down relatively quickly and come apart at the seams. When that happens, do what every builder does. Go back to the original blueprint and say, are the specs on the blueprint what they need to be in order to manifest
a good build with good building materials and happy builders? Are we calling out the correct materials to be used? Are we saying they go together this way and not that way? Are we saying this is the procedure, step 1, 2, 3, or is it backwards, 3, 2, 1? You must lay all that out first in your blueprint and in your procedural charts in order to know that you at least have a good chance of having builders that can follow the blueprint and use building materials that will result in a house that will stand strong and be a beautiful place for you to live in. This is a direct analogy to how you create your physical reality. And if there is something going on in your house that seems to be falling apart, that doesn't seem to work, that isn't comfortable, and if the builders seem to be somewhat grumpy and surly, and complaining about the job as being too difficult, and not coming together properly, and they're not getting paid enough, and they're not getting time off, go back to the charts, go back to the blueprint, go back to the master plan. And say, all right, how does this master plan need to be rearranged so that this will be an efficient, happy, perfect, creative build, and that true materials, good materials, strong materials will be chosen so that the house will stand strong and be a beautiful and comfortable place to live. Always go back to the blueprint. Always go back to the master plan. And in this case, master plan is your innate definitions of life, your innate definitions of who you are in relation to life, to your experience, to the things that happen in your reality, in your experience of it. If there is something going on that doesn't resonate right with you, that isn't comfortable, that rubs you the wrong way, find out what your definition is of your relationship to it, of who you've been taught to define yourself to be in relation to this experience, in order to find out why you feel like you do. Because, this again, very critical. Even as we just laid out this analogy, one thing leads to another. The builders will not buy the building material until they know the blueprint is in place. You cannot have a feeling in life, you cannot have an emotional response or reaction to anything that happens in your life without first having a definition about that thing. So if you're having emotional experiences that you don't prefer, you don't want to disown them, you don't want to shun them, you don't want to shove them in a closet, you don't want to deny them, you don't want to gloss them over. You want to know why they're there. You want to accept them. You want to acknowledge them. You want to own them. Because you cannot change what you do not own. If you say, no, this has nothing to do with me, then you are giving your power away to change them. Learn from them. Examine them. Explore them. If you are feeling a certain way about something, know that that's the result of something you believe to be true, something you're defining to be true. Go back to the blueprint. Find out what I have to believe is true in order to feel this way about this thing. There's a difference, a big difference, between simply observing in a neutral way that something is so, and reacting to it in an emotional way as if it actually had anything to do with your truth. Big difference. You can recognize when people might be out of alignment with their integrity. You can recognize when someone might be taking a negative approach to something, but you don't need to be affected in a negative way by that if you know that your definition says that what they're doing has nothing to do with you, or nothing to do with you in a way that is in any way negative. Always give it a positive meaning. Always look at the situation as an opportunity for you to get some positive effect, some positive lesson, some positive experience out of the situation, regardless of what their intention may be. You can transform and turn around anything into something that will work for you, will benefit you, and thus, conversely, will actually be more capable of benefiting everyone involved.
if they choose to be benefited by it, by doing the same thing of putting a positive meaning into what's going on. We will get more deeply into this in a moment and explore the idea of exactly how these definitions result in the reality that you experience, so that you can get a handle on this toolkit, take the toolkit with you, and apply it in every single circumstance and situation you believe it's necessary to apply it in, to make the changes that you want in your reality, that you prefer to have an experience of. But first, and most importantly perhaps, we would like to lay a foundation for this idea, for this understanding, this day of your time. And we would like to introduce this foundation with an old joke on your planet. Some of you may know it, some of you may not. But it illustrates the point we need to make first and foremost, before we go deeper. The old joke on your planet goes something like this. How many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? The answer, as you've defined it, is only one, but the light bulb has to want to change. That's the key to what we are talking about here. All the tools we are going to share with you today are just tools. If you don't want to apply them, if you are resistant to applying them, they will only be as effective as you are willing to use them. If you don't want to change, that's up to you. You will not be judged for that. But we are simply underscoring and underlying that the important first, number one tool is that when dealing with core beliefs, when dealing with these deep-seated definitions, you really have to want to get to the bottom of what they are. You really have to apply these tools in order to see the result. Now, they can be effective to greater and lesser degree. But to really allow them to be as effective as they possibly can for you at any given moment, the first component is a deep and overriding desire, a passionate desire for change in your life. To know that there are things, situations, circumstances, experiences that you are learning to define as not preferable. Now, this is not the same as judgment in a negative sense. Again, you can simply neutrally observe that something is simply not the preferred vibration without judging it to be of any less value or merit or worth as an experience. The key to letting go and detaching from beliefs that don't serve you is, again, paradoxically, to validate them as beliefs, to validate them as equal experiences to anything you could have. When you allow all choices to be equal, then you are not putting undue charge on anything more than anything else. And when everything is equal, you are then empowered to choose the experience out of all those equal choices that you prefer without invalidating, putting a charge on, judging to be less than any other belief. Remember, whatever beliefs you may have had in the past, as you say, are what brought you to this point. They are stepping stones. And without those stepping stones, you would not be where you are. So if you're going to go on to the next stepping stone, you cannot invalidate any of the stepping stones you may be on right now, or there will be no place to step to the next stone. The entire path has to be valid. You cannot harbor a belief that you have wasted your life, wasted time with invalid beliefs. You cannot have that belief and then also simultaneously maintain a capacity to move on to something you prefer. Because you are removing the foundation from under your very feet of what brought you to that point by invalidating the path you have walked to that moment. You must validate the totality of yourself if you really want to expand into further totality, further experience of your totality. Does this make sense to you? All right. If it does not, again, with your questions at a later time, we can explore anything that you feel is not clear in more depth. That's what those interactions are for. So hold on to those ideas, and we will discuss them. But first, again and foremost, out of the four main components that we are going to use, the four main tools we are going to lay down as a foundation for this workshop, for this transmission, for this information, of those four components, the first is desire. The desire to change. The desire to explore yourself. The desire to get in touch with those beliefs, no matter what. No matter how fearful, uncomfortable some of them may seem. The desire must be overriding if this is going to be as effective as you would really like it to be. If you really want to make a lasting change and build a strong house, comfortably, beautifully, long-lasting. Desire, first and foremost. The second component is what we have already touched on to some degree, and that is definition. You must get in touch with those definitions if they be unconscious, and we will discuss different ideas about how to do that. Bring them to the surface of your awareness so they can be dealt with, so they can be examined, so they can be transformed. Desire, definition. The desire to find the definitions must be followed by the third component, and that is dedication. Dedication. A firm commitment to change. Not just the desire, but a firm commitment that you are a being of growth, that you will behave that way, that you will act that way in thought, word, and deed, with others, with yourself. Dedication to change. Dedication to knowing yourself. Dedication to exploration. And when you have the desire, and you find the definitions, and you back it up with dedication, then you will get the fourth component, and that is detachment from the things that don't serve you. Detachment. Again, not meant in a negative, judgmental way. But a letting go of, a dropping of the baggage of things that have nothing to do with you, the true you. The you prefer to be. So, through this interaction, this day of your time, we will be discussing, we will be addressing, and we will be working with the desire to define your dedication to detach. That is what you will be doing. And turning into one act. With all these components, one act. Your desire to define your dedication to detach from that which does not serve you. From that which does not serve anyone else. Because if you are not you, how can you be of service to anyone? If you are being something you're not, then you are not there to be of service to anyone. If you do not help yourself become your true self, it is not going to be really possible for you, the real you, to be of help to anyone else. So not in a selfish way, but in a self-supporting way. You must desire to define your dedication to detach from things that don't serve you and don't serve others. Because if you are not being you, you cannot serve as your true self. You always serve in some way, shape, or form. But we're talking about conscious awareness of this. Bringing it to the forefront where you know you have freedom of choice, where you are making the choices that are in alignment with your true self, where you know what your true self is, where you know what your preferred vibration is, and where you act on that with absolute dedication and certainty, with passion and clarity, and become one act of creation that constantly manifests more and more and more of who you really are. So, let us get into the first component, desire. Now, if you will, look for a moment at the diagram you have in front of you that is simply the two lists of words. Those things that are essential for you to maintain your existence in physical reality, along with other things that are somewhat essential, not all, to survive or perpetuate your physical reality, to function correctly, so to speak, in physical reality. Now, on the second list, not everything is absolutely necessary. Obviously, you can have sight, but you don't need to have sight to function in physical reality. You can hear, but you don't need to hear to function in physical reality. However, on the top list, those things that are on that top list, in order to survive in physical reality, you need to do. You need to breathe, you need to drink, you need to eat. Generally speaking. We understand there are ways to transform these things, but that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the basic agreements you made in choosing to experience the idea called physical reality, the basic general agreements you made with everyone else as to what would be generally defined as true in order to actually play the physical reality experience game. So that if you were to stop any of those, that would be your way out of the game. You stop breathing, you stop drinking, you stop eating long enough, you're no longer playing the physical reality game. You go back into spirit. And then you can decide what to do from there. Whether to play the physical reality game again or do something else. Up to you. Nevertheless, while you are in physical reality, the top list are the things that are necessary in the same way that diving deep into your ocean requires that you use specific breathing apparatus, or you will not be able to survive. You will not be able to do it. You must have the breathing apparatus. So then, one thing we wish you to notice, most importantly, is that there is one word on both lists that is common. Dream. Now, that may not seem like an absolutely essential thing to do to survive or to function, but it is. On the survival level, your own scientists have discovered, through what you call sleep experiments, that you can allow an individual to sleep as much as they want. But if they don't dream, if they're not allowed to dream, they will very soon go psychotic. They will not be able to survive. They will not be able to function. There will actually be a neurological breakdown. If you allow an individual to dream, but don't allow them other levels of sleep, they may be very tired and may not be able to function very well, but they will continue to maintain their understanding and their cognizance in life. But without the dreaming, you will not survive and you will not function. And without the dreaming, even in the metaphorical sense, without the idea of dreaming, of vision, of passion in your life, you will find that your existence in that sense will operate at a level that will be relatively monotonous, monotonal. So, Dreaming connects to desire, passion, the first element. You can see that is absolutely essential, both for your survival and your continued functioning in the game of physical reality. Desire. Nothing gets in your way. Nothing stops you. You know the vibration of what you prefer, and you will do what it takes within your integrity. Do what it takes within your integrity to manifest whatever is representative of your preferred vibration in life. An overwhelming desire, an overwhelming, unstoppable passion to be who you know deep down in your heart of hearts you really, truly are. That level of passion, of drive, of persistence about being yourself is paramount in changing core beliefs. Because only with that kind of drive, only with that kind of fiery passion, can you burn away the things that don't belong. Can you tunnel down deeply enough into your psyche to find the things there that may have been buried, long buried, by what you were taught as children? To discover them, to identify them, to recreate them. Passion is the crucible that melts down, that dissolves the crystalline pattern you adopted when you chose to be born, and allows you to recrystallize yourself. Recrystallize yourself. Yes, paradoxically, once again, passion is both the fire and the water. It is both the heat and the ice. It is both that which dissolves the old and recrystallizes the new. Passion. The unbridled expression of your true vibration, your true frequency. Shining like a light. Allowing yourself the freedom of expression of who you are with integrity. Knowing that you can express, that you are free to express, you are free to explore, you are free to choose, that you are excited about who you are. Excited to discover more of who you are. Why? Why not? You don't need another reason. You don't need another reason. You don't need another reason. Anytime you come to a why, turn it into a why not. Allow yourself the opportunity to choose what you believe is true, while at the same time allowing others to choose what they believe is true for themselves, no matter what it is. If you want the freedom to choose for yourself, the only way to reinforce that in yourself is to give others the freedom to choose what they believe is true for themselves as well. Again, acting holistically, not compartmentally. Passion dissolves barriers. Passion breaks down walls. Passion melts, liquefies, allows things to flow. Malleable, flexible, formable. Flexibility. Adaptability. All of these are the elements of true passion, of true expression, of your key signature vibration. So passion. Passion for your life. Passion for your experience. Passion for who you are. Passion for the universe. Passion to be alive in whatever way, shape, or form it may come. Passion to receive. Passion to give. Passion to be true to yourself. True, thus, to others. True to all that is. As best as you can. And again, no judgment. No judgment. Just do your best. That's all you need to do in life. Every single one of you. Every single one of you has the same mission in life, the same purpose in life. You may not all have the same expression of that mission. You may not have the same expression of that purpose, but you all have the same mission. You all have the same purpose, and that is to be yourself as fully as you can. That's it. No fine print. No further clauses. No complicated rules and regulations. That's it. That's the contract you signed when you chose to be physical. To be yourself as best you can, as fully as you can. Whatever that means to you. So the passion to discover more of who you are is what will allow you to truly fulfill your purpose and your mission in life. To be the unique facet of all that is you were created to be. And that you choose to be. How you choose to express that is up to you. That's your free will. Your destiny is to be you. In all the ways it's possible to be you. Your free will is to be that you in all the ways you prefer to be that you. Your freedom to choose how to be the you prefer to be. The you were created to be. Up to you. Destiny and free will go hand in hand. Destiny is the theme you are exploring, and explore it you will. Free will gives you the right and the ability to choose how you will explore that theme, in what way that is unique to the being you are creating yourself to be, to the personality you choose to be in this experience of yourself. Up to you. Totally free. No judgment. No real limitations other than what you have imposed upon yourselves, and no real parameters other than the 4 laws of creation. Number 1, you exist. Can't change that. It's a law. You exist. And I don't mean the laws of physics like the speed of light. Those things can change depending upon local conditions. I mean the law. Capital L, the law. Is something that never varies, never changes. Number 1, you exist. You will never, ever change that. You can change how you exist, where you exist, when you exist, what you exist as, how you experience your existence. But you exist, and so you always have and always will, because existence only knows one quality. Isness. What is. Here, now. That's it. Number 2, the one is the all. The all are the one. Can't change that. You are both individual and collective. There is a one, there is an all that is, and there are all the individual components it created itself to be. But they are the same in different ways, from different perspectives. The one is the all are the one. Because there is no outside, there is nothing else. If there is only here and now, if there is only isness, then any thing you experience as different than any other thing must simply be the same thing from a different point of view. Because there is only one moment in which there is only one existence of one thing. And that one thing can experience itself as many things from different perspectives, but all of that's happening now, all at once. And the third law we have already mentioned. What you put out is what you get back. 1, 2, 3. Those three laws never change. The fourth law, everything changes. Except the first three laws. Everything changes. Change is the only constant except the first three laws. So that's it. Every experience in every dimension of every universe, everywhere, every when, is based on those four laws. We have never found, at this point, a fifth. Not yet. We are not saying we are all-knowing, because we are not. We don't know what we don't know. But we have not yet found any other laws that govern existence in any way that we've discovered it. So we share that with you now. In that way. What that means is, everything else is up to you. You're that free. You're that powerful to be who you prefer to be. Because the only things you must do is exist, be a part of the one and the all, get back what you put out, and constantly change. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. That's all you must do. That's the only thing you cannot change. Everything else is up to you. You are that free. You are that unlimited. Any limitations you experience in that sense are self-imposed. For your own purposes. For your own reasons. For your own exploration. For your own challenges. For your own growth. For your own lessons. For your own fun. Or for your own misery, if that's what turns you on. And that brings us to a very important point. Item 2. Definitions. Desire to find the definitions that give rise to your experience of reality. To find the core belief that determines how you experience your reality. What you experience your reality to be. Definition. The blueprint. When we mention the idea of people choosing misery, we were not being facetious. If you find yourself experiencing misery, and we know how strange this sounds in your language, it's because you are choosing it. For your own purpose, for your own reasons, because of your definitions. Allow us to explain. Every single one of you, without exception. Oh, what about me? You too. Every single one of you only have two motivations for everything you do. It's really one motivation, but it's broken into two ideas. And I guarantee you, you all do this, and you always will do this. And that this is the only motivation you will ever use to make any choices you ever have made, are making, or will make. You will always choose what you believe points you in the direction of more pleasure, and you will always move away from what you believe represents more pain. You will always move toward pleasure and away from pain. Always. Always. Without fail. That's how you're designed. Survival. That's how you're designed. Now, herein lies the key. You will always choose what you define as more pleasurable and less painful. And that's the key. Because obviously, many of you experience painful things. Well, if we're always choosing pleasure, how can we experience pain? Because you define the thing that is painful as more pleasurable than the alternative. That's the key. Definitions have been attached to the painful thing that actually make it seem like the more pleasurable choice than the alternative. There may be so much fear attached to the alternative, even though intellectually you may know it will be beneficial for you. There may be so much fear based on definitions you've attached to that thing that would actually seem more painful to choose that than what is already being chosen that is painful, because the pain you're in is familiar and maybe less fearful than the pain you don't know might come up. The unknown. Most of you attach, in many ways, definitions to the concept of the unknown that are actually so fear-inducing that they override the fear and the pain you might have in something else, and you will always move toward the thing that is, in your terms, the lesser of the two pains. So your choices may be pain and more pain, but if it's less pain than this, that will seem like pleasure, and you will move toward it and keep doing it and keep choosing it until you get a handle on why you are defining the thing you say might be beneficial in a painful way. Because you can know intellectually, as you say, that something might be more beneficial, but as long as you've attached a primary definition, a core belief to that thing that says it will be more painful than what you're already doing, you'll stay put. Believe me. But also believe this. As soon as you change the definition, you will move in that direction. Instantly. As soon as this alternative becomes more pleasurable in your definition than what you've been doing that's painful, you will instantly drop what you've been doing and do the new thing instantly. Because your motivation always works that way. But it's got to be based on clarity of how you define these things in your life. That's why definition and clarity about your definition is so critical. So important. Getting in touch with the definition. Identification of belief is very critical. Because as soon as you identify a belief, it's gone. It's disempowered. It becomes transparent. Unless you have a stronger belief that says it's not. And if you have a stronger belief that says identifying a belief does not disempower it, then that belief is a core belief, a fundamental, foundational belief, and you need to get in touch with why you would believe that to be true. But you see, one leads to the other. When you examine yourself in this way, and when you begin to explore your beliefs in this way, one leads to another. It becomes a logical progression of exploration. And you automatically dive deeper and deeper and deeper into the definitions. When you find one, when you've discovered one definition, if you keep doing the same thing, then there's another definition at work. And that tells you, your behavior tells you, your feelings tell you there is still a definition at work that's out of alignment with you, out of alignment with your truth, out of alignment with your preference. Find out what it is by asking yourself, once again, the all-encompassing and penetrating question, what would I have to believe is true? What do I imagine I would have to believe is true about me or the situation in order for this to still be an experience I don't prefer? Find out what it is. Define, define, define. Until you find the true underlying, fundamental, foundational, core belief that supports all the other beliefs above it. But when you do find that core belief, and you identify that one, you will have that aha moment of release and revelation, and your behavior and your feelings from that moment forward will reflect that discovery, will reflect that realization. You will change. You will choose differently. But it all has to do with how you define your reality, how you define yourself. Example. Example. Remember, we talk about you being free to choose. You are free to define anything in any way you want. Why? Why not? Because there is no reality outside you. There is no reality other than what you define it to be. But that's what reality is. That's what reality is. So, you are free to choose the definitions. Free to choose. Whatever it is you wish them to be. When you find a definition that doesn't work for you, when your society has taught you a definition of something that doesn't quite work for you, you have the ability, you have the power, you have the right, you have the authority for yourself, not for anyone else, but for yourself, to change the definition of that thing to one that works for you. Here are some examples we have given in our talks with you from time to time. Habit. Well, a habit. Yes, I can't help but keep doing the same thing. I don't want to keep doing the same thing, but I can't help it. It's a habit. It's a pattern. I'm locked in. It's a habit. All right. But that's just a definition. It's not empirically true. You can redefine a habit, if you wish, in a way that will work for you in a more positive and constructive way. Here's an example. Instead of defining a habit as something you can't help do, no matter how hard you try, you could choose to define a habit in the way we have chosen. Now, that's our choice. It's up to you. But here's what works for us. A habit is something you do that you don't know you're doing. Once you know you're doing it, it's not a habit. It's a choice. Oh. A habit is something you do that you don't know you're doing. Once you become aware of it, it's no longer a habit. It's a choice. And that brings you back to, well, why would I keep choosing it? Motivation, definition. See, now you're back in the driver's seat. As soon as you've defined it as something that means you are choosing, then the knowledge that you're making a choice puts you back in control, puts you back in the driver's seat, gives you a choice to change it. But as long as you define a habit in a way that it's out of your control, you can't help it, you can't do anything about it, you are not in charge. You're not owning it. You're not making a choice consciously. You're just saying, I can't help it. And here's a further explanation of the secret of defining a habit in the way we have just shared with you. Many people also have a definition on your planet that when you then even discover that you have a habit, oh, all right, now I do know I have a habit. Now that I know I have a habit, I must begin a long process of figuring out how to change the habit. Well, all right, if you want. All right. We're not going to take that away from you. We know how much fun that can be. And the processes you go through in life may, in fact, have validity for you. So, we are not judging it. Don't shun it. However, there's an alternative. You can understand this definition. As we already said, a habit is something you do that you don't know you're doing it. So when you know you're doing it, it's no longer a habit. What that means is identifying a habit is the end of the process of no longer having it, not the beginning. When you become aware you have it and it's no longer a habit, it's not there anymore. It's gone. It's vanished. It's transparent. Identification is the end of the process, not the beginning. You've already been processing. When it comes into your awareness, when you suddenly realize you do have the habit, that means you already have been processing to the point where it now went from an unconscious act to a conscious awareness. And when it became a conscious awareness, as soon as it became a conscious awareness, you arrived at the end of the process and you no longer have the habit. It's gone. From that point forward, it's a choice. And again, it puts you right back in control, because now if you understand it's a choice to keep doing the same thing over and over again that you don't want to do, that begs the question, why would I do that? It suddenly makes no sense. And when it makes no sense, your curiosity and imagination just have to find out why you would keep choosing something that makes no sense to choose. And as soon as you engage your curiosity and imagination, you will then have that sharp discovery tool that will drive you into the definitions to find out what definitions would I have to keep choosing something I say I don't want to choose. And when you find out what that definition is, you will truly then realize you no longer have to keep choosing it. And when you realize you no longer have to keep choosing it, you won't. You just won't, because you won't be motivated to. And you don't do anything you're not motivated to do, as we said. You instantly will change your behavior. Instantly. As soon as you give yourself a good reason to do so, as soon as you find out what the definition is of something you've been doing and you're motivated to change to something else, you do. You will. You always have. You always will. You have no problem with motivation. You have no problem with choice. The only difficulty that exists in your life is you're confused about the definitions that go along with those things. That's the only thing you really have to clear up. Your mechanism for choosing works fine. Obviously, you're making some choice all the time. Even if you're making choices that don't work for you, you're still choosing. You don't have to work on your ability to choose. That's an automatic given. You don't have to work on your ability to be motivated. You are absolutely 100% motivated all the time, even if you're motivated to do nothing. That's still motivation. You are still making a choice to do something or not. That's still a choice. And it's still based on your motivation of how you define what is aligned with your preference and not. So you don't have to worry about working on those abilities. You all have those abilities as a matter of course. If you didn't, you wouldn't have an experiential reality at all. Because you have to always choose something. You have to choose to believe that something is true in order to have an experience of anything. So if you're having an experience, then your mechanism of choice and your mechanism of motivation is intact and flawless, and it can't be otherwise. It's simply all about the issue of what are you choosing and why. And that gets you down into exploring the big questions. What would I have to believe is true in order for me to choose this over that? And when you really then make that your process, that will be a process of unbridled challenge, excitement, discovery, curiosity, imagination, synchronicity, creativity. Or not, if you don't want it to be. But again, it's your choice. Always. Everything. On every level. Again, remember, other than the 4 laws, everything is your choice. Everything's up to you. The 4 laws are the only things you have to do. Everything else, it's your call as to how you experience the journey, how you experience the process, how you experience the experience. It's up to you. But that's what it's all about. Is just the experience. Is the experience itself. So, you can decide what experience to have. How to have it. By getting in touch with the definitions that give rise to the quality of that experience based on vibration out, effect back. 3rd law. What you put out, what you get back. Use those laws to your advantage. Use them. And these tools that go along with them, that you can use as well. The desire to define, your dedication to detach from that which does not serve you. And that brings us to dedication. What is dedication? I will define dedication in a very simple way. We understand, we know, many of you define dedication as a lot of hard work. Who can be that dedicated? Who can be constantly persistent in something, constantly, all the time? Whew. That's tiring just thinking about it. All right, that's one definition. Our definition of dedication is a little bit simpler. Dedication is simply to us when you have no other choice. There is just nothing else you want to choose but this experience, this reality, this vibration, this state of being, this state of being. If there is no other choice, then you just keep choosing the thing you love to do. What persistence, what patience is needed? If you're constantly just choosing the only choice there is in your sight, in your mind, in your heart, there is no other choice, dedication is automatic. Commitment is automatic. Depends on how you define it, that's all. And once you've defined it clearly, if there really is no other choice that makes sense to you, you will then, with your motivation, just keep choosing the thing you really feel aligned with. And the dedication will be automatic. And that's really all dedication is a commitment to yourself. Dedication to be yourself. Dedication to recognize that at any given moment, out of all the things you could possibly choose to do, there is really only one choice at that moment. The thing that is most you. The thing that is most you. How do you know the thing that's most you? It's usually the thing that contains the highest degree of excitement, joy, creativity, and love. Because that is the vibration of your true eternal existence. Unconditional love, support, excitement, joy. You experience it in your body as those sensations. Happiness, joy, freedom, love. Anything, any situation at any given moment, out of all the options you have available to you at that moment that you could choose from, choose the one you have the best ability to act on that contains the highest joy, and you will always unerringly be squarely in alignment with your true self, and thus in total dedication. Total dedication. And you will never be impatient with whatever's going on at that moment, because you won't need patience. The only reason you're impatient is because you think you need patience. But you don't. You don't need patience. Because if you simply choose the thing at any given moment that is truly most you, and are always choosing that thing, and there is no other choice, what have you got to be patient or impatient about? Whatever's happening in that moment must, by definition, be what needs to happen. Must, by definition, not be an obstacle on your path, but must, by definition, be a part of it. Even if your brain can't fathom how, it must be. Why? Because you say so. Why not? There is nothing in creation that contradicts you, except you. There is nothing that can contradict you, but you. When you say why, and then why not, the only reasons you hear that will refute you, that will argue with you, that will fight against your choice to be you, all come from you. They all come from your beliefs. They all come from your strongest definitions. That's where they come from. And that's why it's so important to get in touch with them. Because the definitions that you're buying into may have been fed to you from others, such as your parents and your society, and it may have been true for them, but it doesn't have to be true for you. It may not even be representative of who you really are, but you may have needed to buy into them growing up because you needed to, shall we say, agree with your parents in order to be taken care of, in order to survive. But then, when you reach the idea of puberty, you begin to recognize, wait a minute, I don't necessarily need to believe what they believe. I can believe what I believe. Now, because of the way you've been fed definitions up to that point, in many cases on your planet, that realization may come with difficulty and argument and anger and fear and doubt, but it doesn't have to. if a true realization is made that at that moment the child is finally at the point where they make the breakthrough realization that the belief systems they've been fed up to that point were simply for the point of allowing them to survive to that point, and that they're not necessarily important from that point forward, and that's recognized by the parent and the child, then there can be a very constructive, engaging, creative, and loving exchange and exploration of exactly what belief systems the child would feel most aligned with, that represent who they truly are, and they can truly be allowed with constructive and creative guidance to become the true adult they need to be to define themselves as who they really are. And wouldn't that be refreshing? Yes. All right. It's a matter of definition. It's a matter of choice. Here's another definition. Another name, another label, another idea we hear coming from many of you on your planet all the time. Oh, it's an issue of trust, you know. Trust, trust, trust. I can't learn to trust. I can't trust 100% in my preference all the time. Trusting 100% all the time. Oh, that can't. Who can hold on to that 100% of the time? No, 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 no. Can't be done. Such intense concentration that would require. Such intense focus, such intense persistence. Well, again, it's the same as dedication. You already know how to trust. Again, if you didn't trust in something, you wouldn't be having an experiential reality. It's not an issue of learning how to trust. It's an issue of what you're placing your trust in. That's all it is. You don't have to learn how to trust. You already know how to trust. Trust is part of the mechanism that creates your experiential reality, because you're trusting that something is true. It's not an issue of how do I learn to trust. It's an issue of what are you choosing to trust in and why. That's all it is. You don't have to spend time learning how to trust. You need to spend the time learning what it is you're trusting in and changing that if that's not what you prefer to trust in. It's trusting in yourself. Trusting in yourself. Your true self, the self you prefer to, that's up to you. That's what that definition allows you to do. So you can see again with the definitions of habit, the definitions of trust, all these different kinds of definitions. If something seems to not be working, listen to the words that come out of your mouth. Look at how you frame things. Look at how you relate to things. Listen to how you describe them and define them. Pay attention to how you look at these things. Then examine whether or not how you look at the framework you've put them in is how you prefer to. And if you find that it doesn't work for you, use your imagination. This is what it's for. And find definitions and apply definitions to these things that do work for you. Because again, life is meaningless. Therefore, you can give it the meaning you want and make it as meaningful in whatever direction as you want to make it. So these situations, issues like habit, issues like trust, they don't have built-in meanings. You may think they do because, why? You're in the habit of assigning them unconsciously certain meanings. But again, now that you know you're in the habit of assigning meanings, you no longer have the habit. You are choosing to assign those meanings. So if you're choosing to assign a meaning you don't prefer, why would you do that? Ask yourself. Find out. Explore. And when you then have applied these tools of desire to find the definition that will allow you to dedicate yourself to who you are, you can then easily, effortlessly, joyfully detach from those things that are not you. They just will simply not be seen. They will simply not be defined by you as having anything to do with you. Again, remember, you cannot have an emotional response or an emotional reaction to anything if you have no definition for it, if it has nothing to do with you. If someone were to approach you on the street and they were to say, I really hate your orange socks, and you look down and you're wearing white socks, you would simply shrug your shoulders and go on your way saying, well, that had nothing to do with me. That's the point. It usually actually has nothing to do with you in those situations. It mostly has to do, perhaps, with the others. Or there's an opportunity there for you to examine and say, well, all right, is this individual bringing something to my attention about myself that I really need to look at? Yes, no, maybe. It's a chance and a choice, an opportunity to examine and explore and decide with discernment and integrity and honesty what is and isn't you. And when you've decided that something is, that something that's being said does have to do with you, then you can say, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will now apply it in whatever way gives me the best joy. And if it has nothing to do with you, you can say, thank you for your offering to believe something that is not me. I choose otherwise. And go on your way. Because it has nothing to do with you. And you don't have to get all caught up in it. Why did you say that to me? You've ruined my day telling me you hate my orange socks when you're not even wearing them. It has nothing to do with you. Find out whether it does or doesn't, but in either case, use it in a positive way. Define the experience, define the exchange, define the conversation, define the situation, define the circumstance in a positive way. If that's the effect you want to get from it. Or not. It's up to you. It's completely up to you. But at that moment, when you've really taken your desire, found the definition, dedicated yourself to be who you are, you will detach from the things that have nothing to do with you. You will become, in that sense, more untouchable by vibrations that are not of your reality. You will become more invisible, more transparent, more unaffectable by those things. They just simply will not be things you can relate to anymore. It'll be a detached kind of observation. That was interesting. Interesting chap. Yelling at me about orange socks that I'm not wearing. Interesting. He has an interesting reality. Bless him for his experience and his choice. Bless him. And be on your way by blessing yourself for the choices you make. Desire to define your dedication to detach. Desire to define your dedication to detach from the things that don't serve you and thus others. Now, let's take a quick look at a diagram that has the 9 circles interconnected with symbols in each circle. Now, this is just a little flavoring tool, a little spicing tool, a little enhancing tool, a little affirmation tool. That just adds a little flavor, a little boost, a little spice to other exercises that we will talk about later, other techniques, other tools. But we wish to simply familiarize you with it at the moment. It's just an idea that keys into certain aspects of your consciousness, your cultural and historical consciousness, keys into certain frequencies in your brain, that just allows you to augment, amplify, magnify the other tools we will be discussing later. These symbols inside the circles are actually ancient Phoenician symbols on your planet. And this was chosen because they are of a time and place in your understanding of your history that most of you don't relate to anymore. And so these symbols, as fundamental vibrational symbols, can communicate with portions of your consciousness in a way that is less likely to be interfered with by your rational personality. And so it's like talking to a deeper portion of yourself. And all it is, starting in the center, is a reminder that that's where everything begins, and that's what everything comes back to. Starting in the center, go up to the right upper corner, and as you go from the right upper corner down to the bottom, then across the bottom to the left, and then up the left side to the top, and then across to the right to the middle symbol, and then back down to the center again, you are actually receiving the sentence below the image. Read it to yourselves. What it is a reminder to your inner self that everything starts in the center and issues therefrom. And in physical reality, you open your eyes and you use your hands and the sights and sounds and you absorb all these things. And then, through the symbol of water in the center at the bottom, you transform. Through emotion, through water, through flexibility, you transform. And as you transform, you create the path that leads to the windows and doors as you go up the left side, windows and doors, center one, top one, triangle is the door. Create the path that leads to the windows and doors to the unknown, which is the symbol with the X at the top. And going to the unknown leads back to the center of yourself. And that's the key to remember. To redefine the unknown, not as a fearful thing, but as that gateway which always leads back to the center of yourself, which always reveals to you, no matter what the experience you have of the unknown may be, it will always be an experience that will lead you to more understanding of more of yourself if you define it that way. So starting from the center, and as you use your eyes, your ears, your speech, your hands, all the things in your physical reality that guide you, with which you investigate things, all of that together can be transformed always through flexibility, fluidity, willingness, openness. Always will be transformed into a path that leads to the windows and doors that reveal the unknown that always leads back to more of yourself at the center. So, just remembering this for now will aid and assist you a little bit later as we get into more detail about some of the techniques that we will describe and define for you that are connected to this idea of keying into your desire to define your dedication to detachment. And we will cover some of that a little bit later in this transmission. What is the time remaining in your reality for this segment? All right. Let us, in this remaining time, become comfortable in your chairs. Relax, put down your objects, close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And let go of any worries and concerns, any ideas, any chatter. And more importantly, let go of any definitions about the worries, the concerns, the ideas, and the chatter. If the chatter remains, bless it, love it, invite it in. Make it part of your meditation, not an interruption in it. Define it in a way that serves you. No matter what you get, define it in a way that serves you. That's what this exercise is all about. Practicing, defining whatever comes into your head in a way that serves you. So as you relax, if you feel agitation, define it in a way that serves you. Say, my agitation is putting me in touch with things that will help me. Things that will help me understand more of who I am. I will use it in a positive way. Thank you, agitation. And as soon as you thank it, you probably won't feel agitated anymore. But use it that way. Take a deep breath in. Let it out. Feel the tension leaving your legs, your thighs, your body, your arms, your hands, your throat, your neck, your shoulders, your jaw,
your scalp, your eyes.
Don't fall on the floor, but just relax. Take a deep breath in and hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it, and let it out. And now, let yourself just float, sit, lie down, stand. Whatever in your imagination you imagine you are doing, imagine it in what you imagine to be a place of relaxation, a place of contentment, a place of perfect peace. It can be green meadows, it can be a mountaintop, it can be outer space, it can be under the water, it can be in a fiery pit of lava. Whatever you imagine is an exciting but calming, beautiful, invigorating, resonating, crystalline place of perfect peace. Something that allows you a space to be you. Whatever that may be. Whatever's in it. Doesn't matter. Decorate it however your imagination desires. Everything is perfect for what it is in that moment, at this time. Breathe it in. Take a deep breath in. Let out a sigh of satisfaction. A sigh of release. A sigh that lets you know, no matter what you're going through, you're all right. You always will be. You always have been. You're an eternal, infinite spirit. What's your hurry? What's your rush? Relax. You're here. You're now. You exist. That will never, ever change. Ever. That's a promise from God. Because that's what God is. God is eternity. God is infinity. And you are a part of God. So that will never change. God can promise that because that's God's nature. Even God can't do anything about that. God is. Is. Invite everything in. Everything is a part of all that is. Greet it. Shake its hand. Sit it down. Pour it some tea. Whatever comes in to this space, this place of perfect peace. Invite it in. Talk to it. Ask it what it is, who it is, what it wants. And often you will find if you just, after asking that question, just listen, it may reveal to you a clue, a hint, a tantalizing tidbit of information about your core belief, about yourself, about an idea, a belief you may have. It may show you an experience you have had. It may bring your attention to a person, a place, a thing, a feeling. Let it, invite it, thank it in gratitude and appreciation for bringing your attention to whatever it is bringing your attention to. Sit with what it has told you. Let it in. Feel it. Roll it around in your mouth, in your mind, in your tummy. Feel it with your hands. Smell it. Taste it. Hear it. Whatever it is. Just explore it. Even if it appears to be a strange little thing. Even if it appears to be a repulsive thing. Explore it. You are in your place of perfect peace. You are perfectly safe to look at anything. Everything is neutral. Devoid of meaning here. It's just a prop. It's just a prop. It's just an idea. It's just a concept. That's all it is. Doesn't have any meaning for you yet. Nothing whatsoever. If it did have, let it go. That meaning dissolves in this place. Everything here is on neutral ground, neutral territory. Just look at it, play with it, talk to it. Think about it, imagine it, feel it. In a childlike wonderment, a fascination. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And relax and become comfortable in this place of perfect peace, knowing you can call this place to you anytime you wish because it is within you. You can surround yourself with it anytime you wish because it is you. You can cocoon yourself in it anytime you wish because it comes from you, through you, from all that is. Your own unique place in the universe, in the multiverse, in all that is. Just for you. An unconditionally loving space created just for you. Because you count. You count. Or you wouldn't exist. You matter. Or you wouldn't exist. You belong. Or you wouldn't exist. You deserve. Or you wouldn't exist. There are no accidental creations. If you exist, if you're a part of all that is, it is important that you exist in order for all that is to be all that is. Without you, all that is would not be all that is. So you belong. Believe it. Accept it. Acknowledge it. Own it. You exist. Take a deep breath in and accept it. And let out the sigh of release and relief that you don't have to worry anymore as to whether you belong. Or if you choose to spend time doing so, choose to spend time worrying about whether or not you belong, that's just a choice you will learn something from. And knowing that will allow you not to worry about worrying. So that at least if you choose to worry, you don't have to judge yourself for worrying on top of it. It is all right to do whatever you choose to do. You know what your integrity is all about. You know what your truth is. You know what your preferred state of beingness really is. It's that childlike beauty, that childlike wonderment, that childlike acceptance that what is what needs to be, is what is beautiful, is all that is. That there is no exception. That all things belong. That all things belong. Including you. Because you are the one, the all. You are unconditionally supported. Unconditionally loved. So much so that you're even allowed to believe you are not unconditionally loved. That's how unconditionally loved you are. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. So unconditionally loved, so unconditionally supported that you're even allowed to forget you are unconditionally loved and unconditionally supported. The only way you could forget, the only way you could have an experience of not being supported is if you are totally supported in having that experience. Remember that. Remember yourselves. Pull yourselves back together. Remember yourselves as aspects of all that is. Exploring itself in all the ways that it can, each and every one of you. A unique perspective. A unique way that all that is has of looking at itself, experiencing itself. Through you. As you. As you. And this is true for all beings in creation and all aspects of creation. So let out what is not you. Take in what is. Invite everything in, both that which is not you and that which is, so you can determine which to make your own. But that which is not you, let it be its own valid idea, its own valid choice. But bless it and let it be on its way. It has nothing to do with you. Learn to recognize, learn to recognize who you are. There will be no need to ever feel disappointed if you do not disappoint yourself. Do not take yourself out of the place to which you have been appointed. The one in charge, the one who gets to say, the one who gets to choose who you are, what your life is all about. You have been appointed as the one in charge. You do not need to choose to disappoint yourself. You can have that experience, and if you do, just remember, it's just an experience. You're still in charge. Even if you have chosen to forget that you are. It's just an illusion. What you are learning, what you are realizing more and more every day, is that you are learning to use, learning to recognize, learning to see, learning to use the power of the illusion instead of falling into the illusion of power. Learning to use the power of the illusion instead of falling into the illusion of power. That's the difference. The crux and the key of finding your core belief is allowing yourself to see the illusion of power you may have been under with your definitions, and in redefining and identifying and redefining yourself, you truly shift from the illusion of power to using in fullness the power of the illusion and being free to be you. Take a deep breath and let it out and shake it off. Shake it out. Open your eyes. And now we will continue this transmission after you have had a chance to physically refresh yourselves, enjoy your break, and we will resume transmission in time. Thank you. I don't say, let us continue with this transmission. At this timing, you may, if you wish, begin a question and answer interaction so that there can be clarity on any issues about the material that has already been discussed. So, if you wish, you may begin that way. Oh, one moment. First of all, make sure you are speaking up, being bold, so that all may hear what you have to say. And secondly, what happened to hello? Good day.
Hello, Bashar.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Good day.
How are you?
Perfect, and you?
Great, thanks.
Thank you. What would you like to discuss?
I would like to discuss holodynamic theory.
Holodynamic theory.
Which is now being taught by Dr. Vernon Wolfe.
All right.
According to current holodynamic theory, Vernon Wolfe teaches that our belief systems are caused or brought into creation by holodynes, which are self-organizing, I guess, packets of information stored in the microtubules of our cells.
All right.
Can you speak to this theory?
Yes.
And also to the process of tracking, which aims to transform limiting immature holodynes into harmonious mature holodynes?
All right. The concept that is being discussed here connects to what we talked about earlier when we said that as you choose to become physical, you will, in a sense, freeze yourself or crystallize your personality out of the vibrational patterns of belief systems that are generally agreed upon at that point in the collective society into which you are being born. You follow me so far?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So, the idea is that these, what is being referred to as holodyne, is the pattern or setup in the physical cellular structure of the body consciousness. It's the body consciousness version of how to incorporate those vibrational patterns that represent the belief systems, the general agreements that you will crystallize yourself into upon choosing to have a body. In the cellular structure, there are these cells that are awaiting, in a sense, a link up with the spirit that are like seed versions of the collective consciousness belief systems. And when the spirit, shall we say, harmonizes or synchronizes with the body consciousness through birth, these seed cells allow the patterns to be created, to be formed, that represent the juxtaposition, shall we say, the joint venturing of the collective society's patterns with those vibrational patterns brought in by the spirit, brought in by the soul, that represent the themes that the soul will explore in that life. And thus they aid and assist in adapting the soul to the body through these interfaces, these holodyne interfaces that allow communication to occur from the soul into the cellular structure of the body so that the body will be representative of what it needs to be vibrationally to allow the soul to explore the theme it chose to explore in coming into physical reality. The maturation process simply has to do with the continued alignment or harmonization of these kinds of pattern cells toward the theme, the vibrational theme that was chosen by the soul. Does this make sense?
Absolutely.
Does that help explain the situation sufficiently? Or is there some other detail you wish to explore about this?
Do these holodynes also contain, or perhaps the microtubules, do they contain impressions or energy that is coming in from parallel lives as well?
Oh, absolutely.
And also all information that has been passed on through our DNA?
Everything. They form the complete composite of whatever needs to be connected to that is important and paramount for that particular soul experience in physical reality at that time. All of you have cross connections to parallel lives, past, present, future, however you wish to call it, have access to all the information you need within the infinite, but it will in a sense be tailored by these seed cells, these pattern cells, these holodynes. It will be tailored to match the theme of the soul in that physical incarnation. So while there will always be vibrations coming into the body consciousness that will be transliterated to the soul, there will also be vibrations coming through the soul that will transliterate into the body consciousness. These little holodynes, microtubules, as you say, are like switching boards, shunting information back and forth between the soul, spirit, and body consciousness to allow there to constantly be a continual balance of information that serves that particular life experience best. And this balancing act, this continual balancing act, has also a maturation cycle so that as the life is lived, more and more and more information is integrated in whatever way the personality deems appropriate. and arrives at the concept of whatever is the appropriate point of maturation at the end of the physical life that the being needed to explore with regard to the theme that they wished to experience. Does that make sense?
It does, yes.
Does that help?
It does. May I ask one quick more question?
That was a question.
Another one?
That was a question too.
All right, I'll cut to the chase. The process of tracking, which seems to address these immature, he calls them immature holodynes,
Yes.
identifying fears and blocks.
Yes.
There seems to be, he's having success with this in helping people to transform these limiting beliefs.
Yes.
Can you speak to this?
Yes. The idea being described here is a kind of process, well, let's say, similar to the idea, by analogy, of giving your automobile a tune-up. In other words, because of the nature of the kind of patterns, energy systems that you come into as a physical being, and how they come up against the theme, how they come up against belief systems that are bought into, there may be, shall we say, vibrational fuzziness that will build up, in a sense, where signals might be a little bit confused, clear communication might not be happening. So if you can create, through vibrational attunement, a little bit clearer resonant pattern in these cells to allow them to be better communicators in that sense, clearer channels of the information in that sense, then it's possible that information will get through to the being on all levels in a way that they can apply and utilize a little bit more effectively, a little bit more efficiently. And so they can continue on with their chosen themes of exploration, knowing that they have clear communication going on, as you say, again by analogy, knowing that they are firing on all cylinders cleanly. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Does that help?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day to you, Bashar.
Oh, thank you, and good day to you.
Thank you so much. I'm asking a question on behalf of my sister as well as myself.
Oh, all right.
Because we are part of the same oversoul.
Yes, all right.
We have been working with your suggestions for quite some time.
All right.
To contact some deep-seated core beliefs. We've peeled off a few layers of that onion.
All right.
We're past, I'm not good enough.
Oh, all right. Was that a fun one?
Well, yeah, it's all
right.
fun.
Yes.
It's all fun.
Yes.
We're past, no matter how hard I'll work, I'll never have enough.
Oh, thank you.
We do know there is indeed enough for us, otherwise
yes.
we wouldn't be here.
Exactly so.
But we know there's still something more there, and we're not able to contact that yet.
Well, that's what today is all about.
Yes.
Using these techniques and ideas to get in touch with those things through the processes that are important for you to experience in order to have a full appreciation of the information you will get in touch with through these particular techniques.
And we do appreciate that. It's just not fun beating your head against a brick wall.
Then stop.
I was going to say that's what we're trying to do, but trying is not doing.
Redefine the brick wall.
Okay. So we should look at it as a nice, soft, cushy pillow.
Yes.
That's willing to embrace us. And
willing to yield.
I can do that.
Yes.
I certainly can.
Redefine. When in doubt, redefine.
Thank you very much, Bashar.
Thank you.
My unconditional love to you and all of your compatriots.
Thank you, and ours to you and all of your compatriots as well.
Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for coming.
Oh,
And
hi.
For being amusing, too. So, all right.
And good day to you.
Thanks. I have been a diabetic since I was a child.
All right.
And, there's all kinds of people with diseases and difficulties that they've had most of their lives.
Yes.
Is there any way to redefine it or to think your way out of these situations?
Yes, there is. However, for most of you will actually find, because of your belief systems, it might be a little bit faster, a little bit more efficient, a little bit easier if you will actually physical your way out of it. Which means do the things that are representative of the kind of actions
that are symbolic of healing and health. More specifically, you will find, generally speaking, although of course all of this is connected to thoughts, all of it's connected to beliefs. So in a sense, no matter whether you do it physically or not, you're still believing and thinking your way out of it. Please do not confuse the idea that physical action is not spiritual. You follow me?
Got it.
Physical action is very spiritual. In fact, when you are really acting as fully as you can, you are being as spiritual as it's possible to be. You follow me?
Yes.
Body, mind, and spirit balance. Not forsaking one for the other. Not saying that to think your way out of it, believe your way out of it is somehow better than actually doing the physical things that will also address the situation you are exploring. To that end, your physical reality already provides for all of you many of the things, many of the techniques, and many of the procedures that will actually alleviate many of these discomforts, many of these dis-eases. You will actually find that about 80 to 90% of all dis-ease that exists on your planet will vanish almost overnight if you will remove the toxins from your bodies. Your world is highly toxic. The air you breathe, the water you drink, the food you eat, highly, highly, highly toxic. Now yes, you can think your way out of having any kind of reaction to the toxins, but most of you will not do it that way. Most of you simply have agreed to partake of physical reality in such a manner that it is actually more beneficial to your understanding of your relationship to nature to actually take advantage of the things in nature that have been provided to address this side of the issue. The physical health and stability and well-being of your physical self. If you will thus, first and foremost, while also expanding your understanding of spirituality and alignment of thought and belief systems, if you will also do the things physically that need to be done, such as allow yourself to take advantage of good, strong detoxification programs, flush the body out, the liver, the kidneys, all the organs as best you can, flush the body out, make sure you're getting enough water. Hydration is extremely important. Make sure that what you put back into your body is as clean, natural, organic as possible, so that the body thus then has the natural vibrational nutrients to allow the proper healing to take place, which the body can do almost automatically if you will just get the toxins out of the way. The only thing really, in most cases, preventing you from having absolutely perfect health all the time is that there are toxins being plugged into the cells in your body that don't allow the cells to do their job. In a sense, the toxins replace the nutrients. They take their place. But they don't function like nutrients, and so the cells can't really do anything with them in that sense. And so the energy of your body deteriorates and manifests in a variety of symptomologies. But if you will flush those toxins out and replace them with the appropriate, shall we say, circuits, then the electrical flow, the electrodynamic flow, the electromagnetic flow of your body can do what it was designed to do, and it will rebalance you almost immediately, certainly relatively rapidly. So the first stage in any disease, in that sense, is to detoxify. And make sure, secondly, what you're putting back in is extremely natural as it can be, and also in that sense, regulate to some degree the amounts, so that your body has ease of absorption, because absorption is the key. This is one of the reasons also why there is a great amount of disease, because one of the things the toxins in the body does is it prevents absorption of the nutrients that would actually cause the healing. So when you flush the toxins out, the nutrients can be absorbed. And in that sense, in terms of the rate of absorption, make sure you're paying attention to your true body consciousness in terms of how much intake you have. The idea very often is that if you feel you need a certain amount of food during the day to support you,
The idea is that it's easier for your body to absorb, generally speaking, if you have a few small meals in the day rather than a couple of large ones. That way your body has time to process, has time to allow the flow to occur, isn't asked to handle too much at once, and you will still get the overall benefit of the amount, but you will do it in that sense by a technique that many of you people call grazing. So that here and there you take a little bite of this, a little bite of that. Here and there, perhaps have a nice small little meal. Maybe a couple of hours later, have a nice little snack. A couple of hours later, a nice other small, natural, organic thing. And if you keep that up during the course of a natural day, according to your body consciousness, you'll find yourself much more energetic, much more capable of healing, and in that sense, it will give you a sense of upliftment and energization. Does this all make sense to you?
Makes total sense, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an important point before the next questioner speaks that we wish to reinforce, because when we talked earlier about the idea of all the tools that we are giving you today with respect to getting in touch with core beliefs, the thing that is important to remember is that you will make those tools much more effective if you are also doing what you need to do for your body consciousness, so that the body consciousness can also more easily participate in helping you utilize the energy of those tools. So on all levels, allow yourself to be as efficient, in a sense, as energy heightened as possible, so that these tools that we are talking about will have maximum impact. Next question.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Great to be here. Thank you. You familiar with rave culture, with electronic trance dance that is happening in clubs and outdoors all around the planet? Of course. Yeah.
Would you please repeat that?
The electronic movement.
The electronic movement.
Yeah, there's people dancing on the clubs, actually, like dancing, like the clubs.
Clubs.
Entertainment.
Yes.
There's a lot of people.
Are you talking about electronic music?
Music, yeah, electronic
all
music.
Right.
Yep, electronic music, and a lot of people dancing to it.
Yes.
That's a trend that is happening on like humans, like I don't know.
Yes.
And it's big. And I've always felt that this deep connection within this music and the Zetas. I think that this music is like a bridge to between the humans and the Zetas.
It can be. In certain context, the beings that you refer to, called the Zetas or the Greys, are to some degree oriented energetically and mentally towards vibrations that might, depending on how they're arranged, be somewhat representative of some of the electronic music that you do exhibit on Earth. And in fact, conversely, some of the electronic music you exhibit on Earth, in some senses, even though a lot of it may be unconscious, has actually been inspired by some of the interactions humans have had with the Greys. Yeah, because the vibration that humans pick up will often be translated in a number of ways unconsciously, and music is one of those ways.
Yeah, I'm referring to the excitement that is created on those events, because there's a lot of excitement going on.
Yes.
And until now, that excitement hasn't been like directed into any kind of direction.
Is this something that you are excited to do?
Oh, definitely. I wanna direct this excitement towards the inner being.
All right. How will you do that?
There's a constant beat. Trance, basically the music is a constant beat.
Yes.
And when it stops and the strings come in, like the spacey movement come in, I think that's a space that allows for people to go inwards.
All right. And in what way will you take advantage of the space to allow their going inwards to accomplish a certain effect?
If in that space, I think if you give the individual some guidance about what he's feeling, because a lot of people, they just say that they have, usually these kinds of events are named, the people who interact in these events, they usually put the names, they had a spiritual experience, the love and peace. Yes. And so there's a unification of mind.
All right.
Basically, it's
absolutely there is.
So
in any event of that nature, what is created is a true bubble reality.
Exactly.
And if you can understand
how to take advantage of that, it can have very powerful consequences for the experiences people will then have in their own individual realities, depending upon how they participated in that collective bubble reality and how the energy was guided. Yes?
And the dance, there's this special dance that it has been like a product of this music, and it's they move the hands in a very intricate part and very quick.
Yes.
Could you relate what's happening on the brain? Why is this dance came to?
It is having a particularly strong effect on what you would call the theta waves. It is also having some effect on what you would call the alpha waves of the brain, and causing a harmonization, a synchronization between them in a way that allows for the opening, in a certain kind of way, of psychic sensitivity. Does that make sense to you?
So there's a door that is opening.
Yes.
Definitely.
But most people don't necessarily know exactly what to do with it.
Exactly.
So if the imagination can be guided in those moments,
yep.
So they can, as you say, have some kind of either individual or collective, cohesive
Yep.
way of using that or applying it to themselves and their lives, it can have very powerful and profound effects. In some ways, you would find it can be as powerful if done appropriately to what you would call hypnosis.
Yes.
You follow?
Yes, because I think this is a very big hypnosis dance.
Yes.
Yeah, hypnosis. So,
but take your time and explore so that you are very clear as to what kind of effects are being created and exactly how the people are being guided, so that they themselves understand really how to apply this effect in the most efficient way for what serves everyone best. Always go in laying down a foundation that whatever it is they are going to do will be done in the best service of all concerned, and then they can be relaxed in the understanding of what particular effects will come out of that bubble reality. Does that make sense?
Yep, definitely.
Also, some of the beats, if they are synchronized with what you would call the 7.5 to 7.8 cycle of the Earth, can also have even deeper and more profound effects.
7.5, okay, I have to...
Remember this as you go forward with this, I'll say, experiment.
Yes.
Remember that with every single heartbeat, literally, an electromagnetic wave of energy expands from the body spherically at the speed of light in all directions. Which means, with every single heartbeat, every single one of you are suddenly immersed in the electromagnetic bubbles of everyone's hearts. And that's how you actually communicate. What information goes outward with each beat of the heart, electromagnetically, is what creates and co-creates your agreed upon reality. So if you create a bubble reality within that can create a very different kind of paradigm, when they reconnect to the general reality, their heartbeats will be sending out a kind of message that will be picked up by other hearts. And if it is something that truly serves the best of all concerned, it will be adopted, it will be integrated, and it will have a profound ripple effect on the rest of society as well. So it can be a very powerful amplifying and focusing tool to take a bubble reality, instill a certain frequency in it, and then, in a sense, release that into the heartbeat bubbles of the entire society.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to have your energy here in Connecticut in my home.
We thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, the synchronicity is astounding.
It is.
Yes, and I've been trusting it, so it's been wonderful.
Thank you.
And specifically, I have two ideas. You touched on them already, most of them. The detox program.
Yes.
I've been experimenting with that, dedicating that as a desire, and learning to define it, and also to detach myself from any specific outcome.
All right.
So I was wondering if you could scan my body at this point and compare it to when I began this detox program and the level that I have changed or shifted it.
You have improved 97%.
Ooh, that's wonderful. And that's in, just to share that, that's in about a 6-month period.
Yes.
Okay.
You will find that any real paradigm shift, if you are within yourself very clear, body, mind, spirit, very aligned as best as you can be, acting on your excitement, getting in touch with your definitions and transforming them, you will find that within, generally speaking, 30 to 90 days, almost any kind of transformation can occur. Whatsoever.
Including growing hair?
Anything, if that truly serves you. It may not. And so it's wise to be able to tell the difference between what truly serves you and, in a sense, a passing whim.
Well, I have definitions of myself.
Yes.
And that's what I'm working with, is my core beliefs about such things as superficial appeal.
All right. But it's up to you. I am not saying the idea of hair cannot be representative of your excitement. It may be. I am simply saying be clear as to whether or not something like that does before you really invest a lot of energy in it.
Okay. It's just an example.
Yes. Does that help?
Yes, very much. Moving along.
Yes.
The Heart's Code.
Yes.
I have also been experimenting with this idea.
Yes.
And linking with others through the computer to the rest of the planet.
Yes.
And sharing this idea that has come through you, through us, and being a conduit for this communion of hearts.
Thank you.
And it has been very responsive.
Oh, yes.
Because people who otherwise do not think they are from the metaphysical New Age community completely understand.
Absolutely. No one has to utter a metaphysical label to be living a spiritual life.
Yes. So in order to commune with other hearts,
yes.
Is there anything that you can advise to speed this up as we
Other
are...
than what I just suggested?
Yeah, yes, please. As time is, I'm experiencing time as at a rapid pace right now.
Yes.
Time is accelerating extremely.
You understand that you create time, yes?
Yes, and my time stream is, I wonder sometimes how I can fit everything into a day.
Well, you can.
Yes,
and of course what doesn't fit doesn't belong in that day.
Exactly. Everybody thanks you for that.
Yes.
I guess we all relate.
What doesn't fit doesn't belong.
Yes.
If you are acting on your highest excitement, understand, excitement is the organizing and driving principle of everything else. So, when you are acting on your excitement and you continue to do so, whatever fits in any given day is what needs to fit. What doesn't fit doesn't belong in that day. Because excitement will automatically, synchronistically organize time and space into the necessary amounts, shall we say, in order to fit what it is that's representative of your joy. So you don't have to worry about time. The idea is to simply recognize that there is timing to everything.
Yes.
Now, with regard to what you were asking about before, let us simply reiterate what we have already said. Because this is a very powerful technique that has now been brought up very specifically for the first time in your society in this way. And that is creating a bubble reality and imbuing that bubble reality with a certain vibration, a certain frequency, and then popping the bubble and allowing that wave to ripple out into the rest of society. This is reality recreation. A very strong energy system of reality recreation. And it is actually something on our planet that we have done over and over and over again. It is a very powerful technique to take a group of beings, really create a bubble reality that really speaks to them as a completely different vibration. A vibrational reality they all believe is a real for them, is harmonized with them, synchronized with them, and then by popping the bubble, so to speak, that moment of pause, that moment of release, you are literally letting that energy ripple out at the speed of light with their heartbeats to the rest of the world.
and giving the rest of the world an opportunity to match that vibration if they prefer to. But at least the vibration then and the opportunity then is there. So I will simply reinforce what was said about that in answer to your question about what else can be done. Because that's really one of the strongest things that can be done in terms of the use and utilization of this kind of heart electromagnetic energy.
Yes, and thank you for that, because what I have been experiencing with other people living very far away from me physically, geographically, that we dream together.
Oh, absolutely.
We connect, and we haven't even met face to face.
Yes.
And we dream together, we think of each other spontaneously during our days.
Yes.
And we are learning to send messages.
Yes. Remember, definition, telepathy, is actually telempathy. You are not reading each other's minds. You are on the same wavelength and thus having the same thoughts at the same time.
Yes.
That's what telepathy is. It's synchronization of vibration with another. That's why people who are in love often have the same thoughts at the same time.
Yes.
They are creating the same reality co-simultaneously.
Yes.
You follow?
Yes.
Thank you.
And eventually, I believe that this will be a spontaneous relocation of sorts of soul bodies. What I experience is that the presence, almost the physical presence of a dotted line of a person who is in the same room with me when I'm feeling these feelings.
Yes.
And perhaps one day that will be.
Perhaps. The idea is that it already is. It's just that you're perceiving more of it. Remember that everything is one. Everything is here. Everything is now. It's not that that will ultimately be there. It's that you will ultimately perceive that it's already there.
Yes. And lastly, I'd like to shift gears.
Oh, all right.
Thank you for all of that. I have also been dedicated to another desire.
Yes.
Which is assisting others in dying, physically dying.
Oh, all right.
And going through the death process.
Yes.
And assisting them energetically.
Yes.
I'm looking for a few comments from you, because in the time that I have done it, the souls that I've assisted to transpire, to transform,
yes,
to leave their physical.
Yes.
I have different techniques.
Yes.
That with the spiraling chakra points.
Well, do you simply trust your imagination that each case is different and that your intuition can tell you what's necessary for that particular case at any given moment?
Yes, and I believe that you are edging towards that. Out of 4 most recent ones.
Yes.
They have all been specifically different.
Yes.
And soul bodies left at different timings.
Yes.
Now, is there free will? Obviously, their free will is involved.
Absolutely.
Now, how can I... These people do not transpire when I am there. So I'm detached myself from any preconceived notion.
All right.
I have been taught a certain idea that is very ancient, that we can lift the soul body, the luminous body, up.
Yes.
And allow it to lift.
Yes.
Can you give me any more techniques?
One moment. Perhaps one of the most powerful transitional tools that can be used is the utilization of the appropriate piece of music that allows that person to feel uplifted. Then that vibration of upliftment will literally uplift them. They will ride that wave up and out. You follow me?
Yes. So
One moment.
Yes.
You have actually a perfect example of this, in some senses, in one of the movies that exists on your planet. Aside from the rest of the storyline, are you familiar with the concept or the movie on your planet called Soylent Green? The scene where the individual dies to the music and the vision of nature all around, just in that context, even though they had poisoned themselves, that's not the point. Just in that context, that they chose to leave their body at the moment of being immersed in the glory of the music and the nature vision, is the example I'm talking about. Because exactly at the crescendo of the music did they leave their body. They were uplifted by that joy, and they moved on. That example is what we are talking about that can aid and assist in that kind of a transition. You understand?
Yes, very much.
So, discussing and picking the right piece of music, what truly those people would find inspiring and uplifting, what would really cause that emotional surge in them of release and freedom. That can also be of assistance, again, on a case-by-case basis. Does that help you?
Yes, very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bashar.
You are very welcome. Now, let us take a moment. There will be opportunity for more questions and interactions. But let us take a moment now to look at the final image on your charts. What is represented by a cluster of circles with a very squarish looking spiral on it. This is also a tool that was created in our society that we find very advantageous for transformative shifting. And here is how to use it. Hold the image at whatever distance from your eyes allows you to naturally and comfortably look at the spiral as if it is more three-dimensional, in the sense that it describes a cube. Not all the sides are there, not all the lines are there. But if you look at it in the right way, you will see that it starts to look very much like a three-dimensional cube, in a sense, sitting on top of the cluster of spheres. When it is at the appropriate comfortable distance that you begin to see it that way and can see certain lines sort of looking, you can imagine that these lines are now coming toward you or some of them are going away from you, and it takes on that dimensional quality when you see it describing or defining a cubic volume of space. That's the appropriate way to see it. That's the appropriate distance to look at it from, so that you will know at that moment it's going to be the most effective when you start doing the exercise that goes along with it. Because what it's doing right then is it's calling upon the aspects of your neurology, the aspects of your brain chemistry that interpret the idea of dimensionality, of going from one dimension to another, of a shift, of an upliftment, of an acceleration, of an ascension. That very shift itself, seeing something go in your mind's eye from 2 to 3 dimensions, is exactly the same place you want to be in the brain, in the neurology, to go from 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and so on and so on. It's the same spot. So when this is appearing to you to be a more dimensional shape, that's the time to use it, at that moment. And here is how you use it. It goes along with what we already said with regard to desire and definition and dedication and detachment. Those 4 components. Because what you're going to do is you're going to use this spiral 4 times each day. Once a day in terms of an actual meditation, but 4 times in the meditation. Once a day. Now, here's how you will use it. The first time is this. First of all, just for, let's say, practice. Start at the top, the line at the top, and follow it down into the center. Then when you get to the center, follow that spiral back out to the top. That's what you're going to do, basically, is follow the line down to the center and then follow the line back out to the top. While it's looking three-dimensional. So you may feel that when you're following the line, sometimes your gaze is coming toward you, sometimes your gaze is going away from you, so on and so forth. Now, The first time you will use it when you are in a comfortable space, breathing easily, the first time you will use it, what you will do is you will simply be open. This will be representative of the state of desire. Just the expression, the statement that you have a desire to explore and discover more of who you are. Just in that state of being, that willingness, that openness. In that state, you will then trace the line down with your eyes all the way to the center. When you get to the center, you will simply remain there for a moment. Now, you will either feel something, get information, get a picture, get an idea, or not. But if you do not immediately get anything recognizably different, there will still come a time, there will still come a moment when you feel you've been in the center long enough. At that moment, when you feel it's time to go, follow the line with your gaze back out, follow the spiral back up and out to the top. That will be the first time. Whatever it is you got in the center, if anything, add that to your second trip down the spiral. Now feeling, now focusing on the concept of your definition. Looking for your definition. Looking for insight into your beliefs, into your blueprint, into your definition. Follow the line down again with that intention in mind to the center. Again, hang there, as you say, long enough so that you feel like if you've gotten any kind of even a slight flicker of information, then take that back up with you. If you get nothing, stay there until you feel you've stayed there long enough and then move. Go back out. Again, if you did get something, an image, a thought, an idea, an inspiration, a feeling, a twinge, a flicker, doesn't matter. Take that, add it to the concept of dedication, and dedicate yourself to going back down the spiral to be given more information, to clarify the vision, make it more precise, make it easier to understand, get another tidbit, another aspect, another component, whatever it is, get put in touch with another feeling, however it comes to you. Hear a sound, smell a smell, feel a touch, hear some music, doesn't matter. Go down the spiral with the concept and intent of dedication. See what you get. Come back out. Whatever you got, take it with you the fourth time. Now with the intention to detach from that which does not serve. Go down the spiral. See what you get. And come back up. You take this trip 4 times. In each of these conditions, in each of these intentions of desire, definition, dedication, detachment. That's all you do. Now, before you do this spiral exercise, first, say out loud 4 times, I desire to define my dedication to detachment. 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 You say that 4 times, then you do what we just described, going down and up the spiral 4 times. Then after you've done that, you put that diagram down and you go to the diagram of 9 circles and you allow yourself to read the sentence at the bottom out loud. This will have the effect of coloring, spicing, magnifying, amplifying whatever it is you did in the previous exercise, in a way that is tailored specifically for you and your imagination, you and your method of absorbing information. So once you have said the phrase 4 times, gone up and down the spiral 4 times, said the final affirmation once, just once, put all that away for that day. Then, from that point forward, have a journal and a pen or pencil ready. Through the rest of that day, or for the 24 hours, as you say, between this time you did this and the next time you did it, or will do it, pay attention to any increased synchronicities that occur. Write them down. When you notice them, write them down. Make a note and write them down. If you don't have your notepad with you when you notice it, make a mental note, and when you get home to the writing pad, write it down. Log it. Also, in addition to logging any synchronicities that occur from that point forward, note your dreams. Write down anything you believe in the dream that night is significant. Anything at all. Write it down. Take note of it. Then, the next day, do this again. Make the 4 statements, or the statement 4 times. Go up and down the spiral 4 times. Do the final spicing affirmation. Then pay attention to synchronicity. Write it down. Pay attention to your dreams that night. Write it down. And the next day, do it again. And again and again. Within 30 to 90 days, you will see an expanded increase in synchronicity and more information and awareness and inspiration coming to you about your core beliefs and ways and techniques that will allow you the best possible way and the most powerful way to transform them and to transform your reality into that which is more aligned with what you prefer it to be. This is an exceptionally powerful tool. Do it once a day, not twice, once a day. Every day, and see what happens in 30 to 90 of your days. I guarantee you, things will change. Just keep doing it. Have fun. Don't make it a task. Have fun. But let it be powerful. Really sit with it. Really mean it. Remember, really want to change. My little light bulbs. Then you will shine. Then you will shine. So, take this technique to heart. And remember that as you do this every day, and as you feel yourself expanding, and the synchronicity in your life increasing, magnifying, amplifying, and your dreams magnifying, amplifying, communicating, inspiring you, and of course, simultaneously, acting on your highest joy every moment that you can, and keeping your body clear, all this together, you will see profound acceleration. Profound acceleration. If at any moment it seems to get a little too much for you, that's all right. Take your time. You won't ruin it. This is for you to use at your own rate, in your own way, in your own time. But it will work if you use it. And you will see that it is so, and give yourself the proof you need. You will create your own proof that it works very rapidly. Very rapidly. So, take a deep breath in and let it out. Take a deep breath in and let it out. One more time, deep breath in. Let it out. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let us continue for the moment with questions.
Thank you, Bashar, for intersecting with my reality again.
And you with ours?
There is a teacher I know who works very similar to you named Paul Lowe. Do you have any special message for the way he's working?
Not unless there is something specific you wish to explore.
No. It's just a little side comment. Nothing.
My only comment would be to all of you on this subject, take what works for you and use it. If it doesn't work for you, then leave that part behind.
Okay.
You may change in the next day and something else may work. Another part of the same thing may work, or something else entirely may work. It doesn't matter. Everyone is a learner and a teacher. Mm-hmm. And if you find that whatever someone has to share is something that resonates with you, and you feel you can use it, use it. That's the gift they are giving. If it simply doesn't resonate with you, it doesn't matter. You will find what you need somewhere else.
Okay.
So that would be my overall comment on that concept in general for any such question.
Mm-hmm. Okay, my real question now comes down to the concepts that you sort of laid out and you sort of offhandedly say, you don't know what you don't know.
Yes.
And we're here in a way to explore the unknown.
Yes.
And you sort of hinted that there could be a fifth law to the universe that you didn't know.
Well, we're always open to the possibility because we don't know whether there is or not. We are simply saying we've never found one.
Right, but you don't know what you don't know. So I'm trying to get to, even when you get to your core belief, how do you get to knowing what you don't know? What's the doorway in beyond belief into, let's say, the unknown? Maybe you've already said that, but...
When you use these techniques, or whatever techniques work for you, to access core beliefs, and when you identify core beliefs that may be putting certain kinds of limitations on your awareness, and you release them, the releasing of the core beliefs will turn you vibrationally into something that would be more superconductive or hyperconductive in its ability to attract higher levels, higher frequencies of information. And in that moment of that release and that acceleration into higher levels of energy, you may suddenly be hit with knowledge you didn't heretofore know. It will spontaneously generate itself in your awareness because you will be accessing new levels upon which this information resides.
Yes, and for all beings and all levels, we are here to make known the unknown.
Yes, that's one way of putting it.
So that is the basic, in a way, law of being manifested, being a consciousness. We're here to expand the boundaries of what's known.
In a sense, yes.
Or it sounds like you have another way of saying it.
Well, that's one way of saying it. The idea, of course, is that on one level everything is known, but on a variety of other levels it is not. And the recognition, the realization of knowing that suddenly you know something you didn't know before is, in and of itself, an apt description of the process of creation itself. Because everything already exists. So the concept of creation is really just the one, the all, knowing itself, realizing itself, discovering itself.
So is there ever anything new created that hasn't been created in that?
Yes and no.
So that's the paradox, yes.
The paradox is this, and I'll put it simply this way in your terms. On one hand, you could say there is nothing new that's been created. On the other hand, what has been created that is new, or what is created new, is your perspective of the thing that already exists. It's your perspective that's different, but perspective is reality. Therefore, something new is created, but that thing already existed. That's the paradox, yes.
Right. So I guess when I get that, I'll go to a new level.
Yes. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. And it isn't meant to sound like gibberish. It is actually a real mechanism. So that cycle of knowing what was unknown, but you know it was there and known by all that is, that process of discovering, of all that is discovering itself anew, is the newness. It's not that the knowledge isn't there, but the experience of the knowledge is new.
Is this the Asasani's process for kind of living? In
Yes.
Sense? Oh,
We live in constant synchronicity.
And amazement in that sense, right?
Always.
Great. Thank you for
amazing us. As we have recently said, to use your own vernacular, you all make very good television.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. I seem to be a pretty good conduit for high-frequency energies.
You all are.
They come in pretty fast
Yes.
when I open up, but and I tend to tone a lot. But
all right.
I haven't been getting the conscious understandings of what these energies are.
Conscious understanding of energy that you receive comes with taking physical action on what excites you. Because then you're completing a circuit. You're giving there a reason for the energy to be manifest. And in the reason for manifestation comes the understanding of the energy's purpose and application.
Okay, I usually get up and sing or dance or I
That's
work
fine.
on people.
And it may only be for that purpose in that sense. Because remember that when you sing, you're still giving off vibrations from the heart, and you're sending out those frequencies to the world, which makes a difference.
Okay, thank you.
But
okay.
we would like to say one more thing about the concept of impact. That, to us, is very important to understand. Because one of the things we often hear, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but you have brought this up, so synchronistically, we will address it. One of the things we hear from many different people on your planet about the concept of impact is that they want to have an impact on your world. They want to make a difference. They want to make a change. They want to have an impact. I'm going to let you in on a cosmic secret.
Please.
Just by existing, you already have all the impact you will ever have. You will never have more impact than you already do. Ever. Because you already have 100% impact on the totality of existence just by existing. By following your excitement and acting on your excitement and doing things in your reality and manifesting things, you aren't creating more impact. You're creating more awareness and perception of the impact you already have. Big difference. Big difference. So you don't have to struggle and fret and feel disappointed that you can't achieve something or you won't have the impact you want to have. You already have all the impact you can ever possibly have. And when you know that and proceed from that place, then all the things you do are simply to enhance your ability to perceive and experience the impact in a variety of ways you're already having. And that takes the negative charge off it, and there's no rush, there's no hurry, there's no deadline anymore. There is only living in the now, knowing that everything you are doing, everything you desire to do, everything that is an expression of who you are and your joy, is increasing everyone's ability to perceive the impact that already exists in your society, because you're already as powerful as you can possibly be. You are made in the image of God. You can't get more powerful. So it's not about getting more powerful or having more impact. It's about becoming aware of what you are and the impact you already have just by being. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick add-on. When I'm making these sounds, usually they're high-frequency sounds, but I also tend to make some rather low-sounding, and I think it's just clearing energy, but I was wondering if you could tell me exactly what's going on, because I think it's clearing energy, but I don't know.
Yes. You don't know? Why don't you know?
Well, I guess I do know. I was wanting more of
an
understanding.
You do know?
I was wanting more, I guess, information on it.
More information on what you're doing?
Yes.
Well, do you understand the concept of a tuning fork?
Yes.
You understand that if two tuning forks are aligned and then you start one vibrating, the other one will vibrate in synchronous harmony?
Yes.
Well, if the core of your being can produce a vibration that you know is representative of your true self, and then you give off that vibration in some form, such as singing or what have you, and that filters through the cellular structure of your body, would you not imagine that the cellular structure of your body can then take a cue from that vibration and make it easier for them to align to that core frequency?
Yes.
Then that's what it's doing.
So they're releasing through the sound. The body is
Yes.
shaking things off through the sound.
In the beginning was
The sound.
the word. Yes, the sound, the vibration.
Vibration.
So, from that vibration, all things take their cue. Whatever vibration you give off is what everything aligns to. So the idea of singing in that way, if the song is representative of your joyful, truthful self, then everything in your body and everything in your electromagnetic field and everything in your reality will begin to align and harmonize with it. It's one technique, it's one idea, it's how some people express themselves best. It's the way they are, personality-wise. That's what works for them. So, if you are a tuning fork, be a tuning fork and understand that that's what you're doing. Tuning.
Okay. Beautiful.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Why, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh,
having
right.
a great time.
Thank you. We are excited as well.
Great. One question. One of my, I guess, most passionate core beliefs stems from creating things out of sacred geometry.
Yes.
Geometric proportions.
Yes.
I've created structures that I can inhabit that are based on these proportions, and I use them to raise my energy level.
All right.
And also to connect to out in the universe and the galaxies. Yes. One structure in particular is in proportion to the pyramids of Egypt.
Yes.
And this particular structure, I perforated the star system of Orion. And
perforated?
Basically, I took many of the main stars that I could see in the sky and superimposed them onto the structure so that when I'm inside the structure...
understood.
Okay.
And?
But I know that there's a very...
All right.
I have a profound connection to the Orion star system with these structures and in geometry.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you can shed any light about...
Well, many of you on Earth, incarnationally, are carrying with you the seeds of things that were begun in some of the Orion systems long ago. And finishing up those stories on Earth.
Okay.
Part of the idea, vibrationally, symbolically, of some of the Orion stories are those experiences that involved great degrees of negativity and oppression and limitation. But that resistance to these things took the form that was similar to the things that were being used to oppress. In other words, the Orions discovered in that sense, in those incarnations, that fighting fire with fire did nothing but burn down the entire house. Now you have arrived on Earth, looking at it from a linear time-space perspective, because that's usually how stories unfold, or are unfolded. Now you are on a planet, mostly water, to learn that fire is best quelled with water. The idea being that now you can validate the fire, but you can also allow the water to be equal, so that in the combination of the two, a heavenly steam is released that allows for opening and release and transformation of spirit, which is what the steam represents.
Okay.
So, that's one way to look at the incarnational thread of going from the Orion systems to your present solar system incarnationally, incarnating on the planet in your ancient language known as Maldek, that was then destroyed by an intruding body into your system, the remnants of which became what you call your asteroid belt, incarnating next in line onto the planet you call Mars when it was habitable, but then destroyed by a fragment of Maldek, and then incarnating on Earth to finish the cycle out of learning how to balance the idea of the dark and the light, which began for this particular story for a lot of you in incarnations in the old Orion systems. So your recognition of that, your intuition about that, is looking back to the beginning of the story now that you're almost at the end of the story. To put it all together into a narrative that makes sense to you, to wrap up all the pieces at the end of the cycle, and to begin a new story, a new cycle of expanded awareness and unlimited creation. Does that address the situation?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste.
And to you, good day. The divine in us recognizes the divine in you.
Shukriya. Thank you. I have a very basic core belief system that persists in manifesting itself in the people that I work with.
Yes.
And I'm truly, totally exhausted with this.
Oh, all right.
And I'm looking at ways to redefine this core belief system that I've defined as evil.
Evil.
And you mentioned that a little bit about the darkness and the light.
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
When we talk about the idea of darkness and light, or what we call positive and negative energy, we're not really labeling it subjectively in the way that people on your planet often do when they're using the word evil. What we're simply recognizing is that there is negative energy and positive energy. Negative energy is fundamentally segregative, separative, compartmentalizing. Positive energy is mechanically defined as that which integrates, that which amplifies, magnifies, and works on a more holistic rather than a fragmented way. Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
So, what you are referring to as the darkness or evil is simply, in that sense, a recognition of energy that may perpetuate compartmentalization, fragmentation, segregation, separation, and in that sense, disempowerment, or falling into the illusion of power. Whereas positive energy will be that which integrates and allows the individual to use the power of the illusion. With regard to interacting with other people, it's up to each individual to determine whether or not the people they are interacting with exhibit the kind of vibration that is compatible to what they prefer in their lives. And if they simply recognize through an honest examination, and I say honest examination because it's up to each individual to determine whether or not the other person they are talking about or observing really is exhibiting the idea of negative energy, or whether the person doing the observing is labeling it negatively themselves. If you simply recognize the energy as negative and recognize it's not your preference, then it is up to you and your free will and your choice to simply not work with those people. However, you live on Earth. There are many people exhibiting negative vibrations on Earth. That's the nature of the territory. Just because you are expanding your own spirituality doesn't necessarily mean that all the people that exhibit negativity are going to disappear overnight. This is a process of balance, a process of understanding, and a process of compassion, and a process of validation, and a process of acceptance, and a process of allowance. Remember, expansion of awareness, ascension, is the process of acceptance and integration of everything, not the exclusion of anything. Everything, the dark and the light, must be accepted and seen as equally valid and balanced in order for all that energy to be used in an upward momentum. Because even the dark can add to the upward momentum if it is utilized in an appropriately positive way. So, if things on the outside don't immediately seem to change, that's not the issue. It's how you respond to those things, whether they have changed or not. That's the issue. Because if you still react to things on the outside that look the same in the same way you used to, then you haven't changed. If you respond to the things on the outside that look the same differently, that's the measure of whether or not you actually believe what you say you believe in about your own changes. Because, as we said before, someone with a particular belief system simply will not react to a different belief system that has nothing to do with them. They will recognize that it's all right for that person to be in their lives, to appear from time to time, because they know that no matter for what reason that person thinks they're interacting with you, you will only interact with them in a way that will benefit your life and perhaps even give them an opportunity to benefit theirs if they so desire. Is this making some sense?
Totally. Thank you.
Is this helping?
Yes.
Then thank you.
Thank you.
And peace be to you.
Peace be with you. Thank you.
At this time, let us continue with another exercise. We will get back to some interaction later on in the transmission. But for the moment, please become very comfortable again in your chairs or on your floors or on your ceilings or walls, wherever you wish to be. Floating in the air is all right by us too. Up to you. Take a deep breath and close your eyes. Let it out. We're going to go on a deep, deep dive. Imagine you are floating in the ocean. A vast, vast ocean. Water from horizon to horizon. Above you, a clear sky, a beautiful day. The glint of the sun on the surface of the water, mesmerizing, enchanting, entrancing, relaxing. You feel yourself floating without care, without worry, without struggle, without effort, without trying, just floating. You allow yourself to look beneath the surface, briefly. And just beneath the surface, you see beautiful, bright, silver fishes, sunlight glinting off their scales. How beautiful, how enchanting, how entrancing. Whatever form of life you wish to see, doesn't matter. Again, let your imagination be your guide. They can be fish, they can be dolphin, they can be whale, they can be shark. It can be anything you wish. As long as you understand there is life beneath the surface. And your curiosity is piqued. And you wish to see below, farther below. So you envelop yourself in a beautiful crystal shell. You can still breathe in the shell. The temperature is just fine. But the water will not penetrate. It is your environment, your reality, your bubble. And you allow yourself to descend below the surface, to see what you can see. And you sink down, dive down into the very bright blueness just under the surface, and see it teeming with life, vibrant, alive, coming and going. And you look down and you see a deeper blue. And you wonder, what could be down there? And you go further down. You allow the bubble to descend. Down and down into a darker blue. A beautiful, deep, rich, vibrant blue. And again you see more life. And you are curious to go even farther down into the deepest, deepest indigo blue. And you sink. You let yourself float down, down, down. And there is light in your sphere if you wish there to be, so you can see and illuminate the life that lives down here in the deepest, darkest blue. And you see, with your illumination, glints and flickers of other life. Again, no matter what the level, teeming with life, alive, vibrant.
And you look below and see it is darker still. And down you go. And now, what was blue is becoming velvety black. But you still illuminate. A flicker here, a flicker there, of things swimming by. Pay attention to your feelings and let the feelings be all right. And you let yourself go all the way down to the ocean floor. And you rest on the ocean floor. And down at this depth, you see that the life around you has its own light. It gives off light. And there are a variety of beautiful, fascinating, mysterious shapes. And your curiosity knows no bounds. And yet, you feel the urge to go even deeper. And so you allow the ocean floor to open, and you feel the bubble descend. Down, down, through the cool mud, into the core of the earth. And you feel the heat rising, and the lava, the fire down below, all around you, but you are safe. But you see the fluidity, the dynamic energy, the glowing brilliance of the beautiful firelight, the liquid molten rock, all around you, bubbling. Plastic, thick, liquid, flexible, malleable, formable. And you allow this liquid to reveal to you that here in the core, this is the foundation that supports everything above. All the life above owes its existence to what is in the core. You feel the passion, the heat, the drive, the light of creation itself in this core. The brilliance all around you that crystallizes into the reality above. And you start to rise, your bubble starts to lift, and takes with it a new crystallization, a new understanding. And it breaks through the ocean floor and brings with it, as it rises up through the levels, up through the darkness, into the blue, the brighter blue, the lighter blue, and bursts with a splash to the surface and dissolves. The crystal bubble dissolves out into the water and expands like a ripple away from you in all directions and changes the water all around you into a slightly shinier, more crystalline, more brilliant sea that still contains all the life, but everything is different. Slightly different, but everything is different. Slightly different, but totally different. A new universe, a new sea, a new reality, a new you, with new understandings, new ideas, new insight into the depths of your being. Unlock the core. Unlock the core with whatever key you so imagine will fit in the lock. Turn and click and release information. You will assimilate, process, translate, interpret, apply, and experience the effect therefrom. Seeing the ripples from every heartbeat reach out and transform your reality. Every beat, every beat, every beat, a new reality, a new reality, a new reality. Starting from zero, starting from zero, starting from zero. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. And if you fear, invite it in. If you fear, invite it in. If you fear, make it your friend.
It has information for you. It's just a vibration. It's just a frequency. It's just energy with information for you, about you, from you, by you, to you, through you. It's just knowledge. It's just information. Invite it in. Accept it. Acknowledge it. Own it. Use it. It's yours. Fear is only your own energy filtered through beliefs that are out of alignment with your truth. That same energy turns to joy when you filter it through beliefs that are in alignment with your own truth, with who you are. Swim in that ocean. An ocean of your own truth. Never fear to sink to the depths. Never fear to go to the core. You will only bring back more of the reality you are. And rejoice in it, play in it, splash in it, swim in it with all the friends that are there. And all the fears that are there. It is all right. It's all the same ocean. And it's all inside you. It is all you. It's made of you. There is nothing outside. There is only within. There is only all that is. And it's all one. And you are one with it. And you are it. Forever and ever and ever. Amen. Take a deep breath in. And blow it out. Take a deep breath in. And blow it out. Like the crashing of waves on the shore. Take a deep breath in and blow it out. That relaxing, repetitive cycle of the waves hitting the shore of your reality, bringing you new information from the depths of yourself so that you may play more and more every day in every way as the you truly are. Let it out, and let it go. We will, at this time, take a short break in this transmission and resume shortly. I will say, let us continue with this transmission in the following way. Here is another idea, technique, procedure, approach for the idea of accessing, revealing core beliefs. This one has a similar component to the last technique we gave you, in that you will be writing things down, not necessarily now, unless you want to, but I am simply saying the technique involves writing things down. And it goes like this. You can take a piece of paper and you can write, again, not necessarily now, it's up to you, 3 columns. In the first column, you can label this column beliefs and definitions. The second column, label emotions. Third column, label thoughts and behaviors. Now, halfway down your piece of paper, since you did this part near the top, draw a line across underneath all 3. And under that line, label that core belief. Now, here's how the technique works. If there is a particular circumstance, situation, so forth in your life, especially if it is something that seems to keep repeating, either day to day or week to week, month to month, year to year, doesn't matter. If there is repetition to it, or not, it doesn't matter, but you can choose a situation that has repetition if it is something you wish to change before any other situation. Next time you're in that situation and you find yourself behaving, thinking, feeling a certain way, reacting a certain way that you don't prefer, stop, either then or later, take a moment, go into a place of neutrality, a moment of pause, a safe zone, a free space. Your place of perfect peace will do fine if you wish. And write down in the appropriate columns what your behavior was, how you reacted, what kind of thoughts you had in that moment of reaction. Write down what you felt under the emotion column, what kind of emotional reaction you had that gave rise to thoughts and behaviors thereafter. After you have written those things down in those two columns, ask yourself the question, what would I have to believe is true in order to have felt this way or think this way or behave this way? And start writing down those definitions and beliefs in the appropriate column there. Identify as many as you can. Then, allow yourself to take that information, look at the belief column, look at how you've written out the beliefs. Then, in the same column, separated by a line, write down beliefs that are the beliefs you would prefer to replace them with. So that you can, at a glance, see the beliefs you don't prefer and the beliefs that you do about the very same situation. Now, don't just add or take away the words don't to change the belief. In other words, say, well, I think this person doesn't deserve this, and then in the next one say, oh, I think this person does. Really examine the issue at hand in terms of the real belief underlying it that relates to you personally. More like, I am unworthy, I am undeserving. If you can get in touch with it. If you feel that that's the belief that would generate those emotions, those thoughts, those behaviors. Do the best you can to be as specific and thorough as you can possibly be. Then, when it comes time to write the beliefs you do prefer, make them wholly preferable and positive beliefs. Do your best to avoid using negative labels. Make them positive statements. Now, allow yourself to look at those new beliefs. Play in your imagination the same scenario you went through, but impose in that situation the new belief. See then in your imagination, if you feel yourself responding differently, and see if you see yourself thinking different thoughts, behaving differently in your imagination. Practice it over and over again until you feel, practice with it, until you feel it is becoming more of your preferred response. Many times as you wish. See the scenario play out in a way you would prefer to based on the beliefs you prefer to have. Then, and this is why it might be beneficial to pick a repetitive situation, so you can go back in and test it in the very same situation. Go back into the same situation with your new beliefs, having seen yourself respond differently, feel differently, think differently, behave differently in the practice session. And do that, mirror that, mimic that. Mimic those feelings, those behaviors, because you really think about, focus on those beliefs now. Try out those beliefs on the situation. If you find that it's still difficult, then go back again. Make sure you are clearly identifying accurately the beliefs that cause the initial negative reaction, negative thoughts, negative behavior. Make sure that you are clearly identifying that so that the new belief is truly, in that sense, a counterpart to that, clearly addressing the real situation, the real issue. Now, each time you go back, if you have to go back and clarify, specifically under core belief, use your imagination to come up with what you believe might be a belief supporting that one, the negative one. In other words, is it that this negative belief exists on its own? Or is there something underlying that would make me tend to choose to believe in that? See if you come up with something that supports it. Something that, if it didn't exist, the other belief would likely not exist as well. See if there is an underlying connection in your imagination. Look for a chain of connection. Just explore this with your imagination. This whole exercise is taken as a whole. And you will get better at it. You will get clearer about it. It's just another way of getting in touch with a different aspect of your consciousness that communicates with you by using the paper, by using your eyes, by using your brain, by using your language in this way, your writing in this way. You are accessing another portion of your consciousness, your body consciousness, to begin to learn to speak with it and to hear it speak with you. The more practice you develop with this technique and put it into action and see if there's a difference. And then if you find there's still some rough spots, go back in, get more refined, more precise about your negative beliefs, replace them with positive ones, and look for underlying core beliefs and label them there, write them down. The more you practice this effect, the following effect, will probably begin to happen. You will suddenly start hearing voices. Ooh. Not necessarily auditorily. In your mind, you will suddenly start hearing information, suggestions more strongly, more clearly, guidance more clearly, inspiration more clearly, thoughts, ideas, insights more clearly about beliefs you have. Your attention will be gotten to more directly. You will be paying more attention to that little voice inside you that can tell you things about yourself you may have heretofore been unaware of consciously. Your unconscious self will begin to be heard more clearly through this technique of writing these things out, putting them out in front of your eyes, which are connected to your brain, which neurologically will start accessing different portions of your brain and start a dialogue between your outer personality awareness and your unconscious self, your subconscious self. All of this will start to merge, meld, participate in this exercise. And bit by bit, not only will you start to gain more information and more insight with this little voice telling you things about your core beliefs, you will also find another effect will start to happen. Will increase or amplify. You will start to hear this voice at different times in your life, suggesting things that might be coming up, things you might need. In a sense, it will feel precognitive. You will start getting little hunches, stronger and stronger hunches, sensings, about things coming up. You will start to actually be able to read energy more easily. You will start to discern and to trust your own ability to perceive energy, ideas, information coming from other people. You will start to hear their subconscious minds telling you what these people are actually all about, underneath the words they may say. You will start to feel the resonant communication of the subconscious and unconscious mind to unconscious mind. You will start to pick up on those frequencies that are going off between yours and theirs and start to learn to read it. When you start to hear your own speaking to you, you will start to hear others speaking to you, and you will start to recognize what beliefs they really hold true, regardless of what they may say on the surface. It'll be a whole other depth, a whole other dimension of communication that you can amplify through this technique. Just begin there. Start training yourself to be more intuitive and receptive and sensitized to your own dialogue telling you what's going on with your own beliefs by putting it out there in a way that's tangible to you. And bit by bit you will see your own sensitivity increase to your own inner dialogue and the inner dialogue of others. It will be a very interesting exercise for many of you. Have fun with it. And remember, use this in conjunction with the other techniques and exercises we have suggested this day for maximum effect. And again, I remind you, as a recap, make sure that you are tending to the idea of the body being as clear a conduit as it can possibly be. And if you find circumstantially that it's not necessarily that easy to be able to put all of the appropriate nutrients in your body, then at the very least, make sure you get all of the inappropriate toxins out as best you can. And as often as is necessary to maintain clarity of your body as a conductive medium. That's another thing clearing the toxins out does. It makes your body more receptive, more conducive to higher frequencies. You're cleaning your receptors, clearing them out, making your cells more capable of receiving and assimilating, translating and processing higher information signals. And that will go hand in hand with the little technique we just gave you about writing these things down in columns and exploring and examining and testing them out in life. Going back and readjusting, fine-tuning, testing them out again. Going back, readjusting, fine-tuning, testing them out again. Now, to help you with this other little technique of writing all this down and getting more sensitized, let's examine in a little bit more detail an example of the idea of underlying core beliefs and surface beliefs, so to speak, multi-layer beliefs, by just providing an analogy so you can understand clearly what we are referring to and recognize the difference. Let us say you're in a situation where you are at a party or a lunch or a dinner, and you are having a good time, and you simply feel like you would like to, as you say, pick up the check. You will pay for that meal, for everyone. And as you make a gesture to do so, let us say suddenly you sense that someone across the table gets angry and says, "I can pay for my own." And you are taken aback. You were attempting to do what you thought was a nice thing, and it caused them to be upset. Now, it's relatively easy in that case to recognize that what they may be feeling, what they may be reacting to, is some kind of implication that they think you've made, which is actually an inference they've made, that you are saying they can't afford this meal. Like you're somehow rescuing them, taking care of them, and that may have pushed a button in them emotionally that connects to a belief system that they in fact somehow cannot take care of themselves, or are not seen in that way as valid, as viable, as being able to fend for themselves. And they come up with resentment and anger and judgment, judging your friendly gesture as something that points out to them and magnifies to them what they believe to be are their flaws. Now, the idea in that scenario is to then understand that if they react that way, it is likely, based on underlying belief systems, that generated a belief in their inability to fend for themselves, which then generates the behavior that they won't let anyone in any way, shape, or form do something for them because they only read it, they only label it, they only define it as showing them or underscoring to them their fear that they can't really take care of themselves, which may be based on other beliefs, deeper beliefs, that perhaps they are not worthy of being taken care of, not worthy of being supported, or that they will be seen as weak or undeserving. All of these different kinds of core foundational issues can underscore the idea of wanting to appear self-sufficient. And seeing them react in that angry way and that accusatory way can let you understand that it's not really an issue of self-sufficiency. It's an issue of lack of belief in their ability to be supported. And you can, from there, start to weave down into the different levels of the core belief, all the way down to, perhaps, the issue of, you don't belong, you don't deserve, you are unloved, you are unsupported, you're not worthy. This example generally, then, can be applied to others and yourself in any given situation where you find you might be reacting in a way that seems out of bounds to something, or when even simply you have an emotional reaction you don't prefer to have. Now, we understand on your planet that sometimes, like in this example, because it serves two functions, that people can react this way. It can be surprising, it can be jarring, it can be unsettling. But this is where you allow yourself that moment to remember that you're not wearing orange socks. And that it doesn't have anything to do with you, generally, when coming from someone else. It usually has to do with them. Don't take it personally. Take that moment to recognize what's happening, and especially if you practice this with your own behavior, it will be easier for you to recognize this in others and recognize that it has nothing to do with you. And so that's what that practice is for. Not only to improve yourself for its own sake, but also to give you the ability to discern when it really has something to do with you and when it really doesn't. Which most often than not, it doesn't. It's just that you are there as a convenient reflection to bounce their fear off of, and you can provide that service lovingly and compassionately when you know you don't need to take it personally from others. But when you've done the personal work on yourself, then you will be in touch with how to use anything they said in a beneficial way for yourself and how to respond in a way that gives them the opportunity to use it in the most beneficial way for themselves if they choose to. They can still be grumpy if they wish. You must allow them that opportunity. But your experience will not be spoiled. You will understand that served a purpose. It will only strengthen your ability to get more in touch with your own behaviors and be aware of the communication that is going on deeper levels. And you will start to hear their actual subconscious dialogue. So when someone actually says to you, I can take care of myself, thank you very much, you will actually hear, I'm scared to death. You will start to hear the truth. You will start to hear the core belief. You will start to hear the fear that leads you to the understanding of that definition. And whether or not you engage them in an attempt to assist them to discover that is up to you and up to them as to how far they're willing to go. But first and foremost, start this technique for yourself so that as you become more sensitized to your own inner dialogue, you will understand what is going on with theirs, regardless of what is presented on the surface. And that's the key to this exercise. It's getting in touch with your core beliefs so that you can understand and relate to, on an unconscious and subconscious level, the core beliefs of others, and understand how those core beliefs in them translate to surface dialogue, thoughts, and behaviors, because you will recognize the same things in yourself and you will know how to deal with them. And so your responses to them will be true responses of compassion or allowance. And allow them their space without in any way, shape, or form feeling that you have to accept their offer to change the energy of your experience. And you can allow everyone to have what it is at that moment they believe is best for them in a magnanimous, compassionate, allowing way. This covers a lot of peripheral issues with regard to the idea of core belief as it relates to your interactions with society. Because we understand the depth to which you are involved in your society. And we understand the depth to which you are involved in your agreements and contracts with others in playing out this reality experience game. And so it's important not only for you to be in touch with yourself, but to be in touch with yourself in a way that really helps put you in touch with others. To hear what they're really saying and to take that to heart for yourself as well, so that there's a constant feedback mechanism that you can take advantage of in a positive and constructive way and give off a vibration then that gives them the best advantage to also take it that way should they decide to do so. So this is an interactive, very interactive kind of exercise. It will put you in touch and tap into levels of your unconscious and subconscious self that will really start to be a very interactive dialogue on a much deeper level. And again, if you find that based on any such experience you may have or situation in using this technique, if you get information in synchronicity, if you get information in dreams, write it down. Make it part of that earlier exercise of making sure you write down all your synchronicities and all the aspects of your dreams you feel are important. Pieces of information for you. Take a deep breath. And let it out. All right. Now, here is a subtle addendum to this last exercise. When you have written down your behaviors, written down your thoughts, written down your emotions, written down your beliefs, both negative and positive, non-preferred and preferred, and examined and discovered some core beliefs, and when you've gone through this exercise and applied it in any given situation in your life to a point where you feel that you are responding differently, that you are believing differently, responding differently emotionally, responding differently in your thoughts, responding differently in your behavior, when you see those changes happening, when they start to happen, when they become evident to you that they're happening, buy or have already on hand a glass jar, a small glass jar with a lid. Take the piece of paper that deals with that particular situation, roll it up, crumple it up, crush it up, put it in the glass jar, seal the lid. Sit with that glass jar in your hands and just allow yourself to feel the full impact of the core beliefs that you have discovered in that particular situation that have had such a great, great, great influence on your life. And feel the differences that you have now made in discovering these core beliefs, in identifying them, and in rewriting them in a manner that you prefer. Feel the difference. Feel the difference in energy. Feel the difference in emotionality. Feel the difference in your thoughts. Feel the difference in your behavior. Imagine them. See them. and feel the different energy that goes with them. As soon as you feel, as strongly as you can, that difference, take the jar and smash it. Watch out for flying glass. But smash it. Throw it and smash it. Hear the crash. Take that sound in and understand that you have just broken that barrier. Utterly, completely, and there is no way to reassemble it. No way to put it back together. Let it dissolve in your imagination. Let it go back into the molten core. Let the glass ooze and melt in your mind's eye. Knowing that you have really broken through that barrier because you have given yourself and your body, pay attention, this is why it's important, you've given your body consciousness the visceral experience of hearing that barrier break. Your cells will react to it. And that will drive the point home that you are not the same person that was there a moment ago. I'll say that again. You are not the same person that was there a moment ago. Notice I did not say you're not the same person you were a moment ago. You are not the same person that was there a moment ago. You are a completely different personality, a completely different person, and you are in a completely different reality. And you are a person. Now pay attention to this. Let your mind wrap around it. You are a person, not a person that no longer has that core belief. You are a person that never had it. Ever. You have changed the past. You have shifted to a parallel reality that never contained that core belief. You have taken what we euphemistically call the 13th step. Many of you are familiar with the concept on your planet that you call 12-step programs. This is the 13th step. The 13th step is the full understanding and the visceral experience and the result therefrom that arises from a true knowing that every change is a total change. Not a small change, a total change. And that the person you are at any given moment is not the person that was there a moment ago. And neither is the reality that goes with it. And if you truly make that change, it's not about being a person who no longer has those things. It's about being a person who never had them. Because that's not the history of that person. You are a different reality, utterly, entirely, in totality. Move forward from that place and that energy and that vibration, and I guarantee you, you will become such a manifest creator, it will boggle you. And you will be stunned at how rapidly your reality will shift. Whatever time it takes is all right. But that's the principle. That's the point. So, core belief. Again, take everything we have said in totality, put it all together, in your own way, at your own pace, at your own time. Have fun with it. Have fun with it. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Let us move to questions and answers.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you very much.
And you are welcome. Thank you.
I always seem to run into the paradox
of having all my questions answered before I get to ask them.
Congratulations. You are answering your own questions.
Thank you.
By taking advantage of the synchronicity that exists in this interaction.
Yes. Actually, within the last few years, I have consciously observed many instances of synchronicity.
Write them down.
I will begin to do so.
Thank you.
In a recent experience that I've had,
yes,
in a different type of channeling session,
yes,
I was told that my fears have been manifesting themselves in the physical pains that I've felt in my body since I was younger. And I was wondering what those fears were, but you seem to have given me some methods of finding them.
Yes. And you can use them to find out.
I'm going to try.
You're going to what?
I'm going to do it.
Thank you.
In speaking to other things that you've spoken about today,
yes.
I recently had the honor of listening to a speech by Dr. Masaru Emoto,
yes,
who is on our planet researching the effects of human prayer on water.
Yes. And you are mostly made of?
We are mostly made of water.
Yes.
And I wanted to know if you could speak on the effectiveness of removing toxins from water using prayer.
You can.
You can?
Well, he has demonstrated that.
Yes, he has.
Well, then, it's effective, isn't it?
All right, then.
At the same time, all we are simply saying is, pay attention to all your belief systems in terms of what you actually believe is possible. We always suggest and recommend that you take advantage of whatever the strongest belief systems are within you to do any given thing. While you can certainly change your beliefs, and some people often do, in very profound ways, just as an example based on what we are talking about now, if an individual does believe that their prayer can take out the toxins of their body, then by all means do that. If in examining your beliefs you find you actually have some difficulty believing that, then it is probably the more spiritual thing to do to actually do a detoxification flush. Because you want to take the path of least resistance while you're also working on other methodologies. There's no reason to punish yourself, in a sense, by forcing yourself to be spiritual when the belief systems that are immediately at hand and are representative of the path of least resistance are something that you are labeling as a less spiritual thing to do. That's the only thing that makes them less spiritual. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Does this help?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bashar, and thank you for introducing synchronicity to my life.
Oh, I didn't. You did.
Then thank you for helping me to make myself aware of it.
You are welcome.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
This is my first time talking to you.
What's my first time talking to you? What a coincidence.
And you've answered majority of my questions, so I've got two very simple questions.
Hey, guys.
I've been seeing blue beings for years.
Yes.
And one that I happen to call Blue, and I'm wondering...
Oh, well, all right, that's appropriate.
And
nothing like that good old imagination.
And that's kind of my question. Who are they? Or is...
They are friends, guides, helpers.
Okay.
Blue is the vibration itself of your third eye.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, it's simply a reflection back to you that that's how you're seeing them. Vibrationally, you're picking up on their energy in that way.
Right, that's how I see them.
Yes.
Just not making it up.
Oh, no. And they're not making you up either. You are, however, making each other up. Paradoxically enough.
Thank you. And my other question is, I have a ringing in my ears all the time.
Well, answer it.
Well, so I'm not detoxing heavy metals? Is it on the right?
Have you had it checked?
Yes.
And
I've done some detox work. Well, it's getting louder on the right side.
All right. Have you had it checked?
How so?
Medically. Have you had it checked?
Not recently.
Well, why not?
Because, don't know.
All right. Well, would you do so?
I guess so.
What's the hesitation?
Because I wouldn't know where to start.
How about with what you call a doctor?
Ear, nose, and throat? I mean, it...
Well, where's the ringing? You could go to a proctologist if you want. But if that's not where the ringing is coming from... Are you having fun with this as much as I am?
Okay, so that would eliminate that there's anything physiologically wrong, right? Or physically wrong.
It would put a portion of your consciousness at ease.
Okay.
And that's the point.
Well, I don't think I'm going crazy. It feels like I'm tuning into...
I didn't say you were going crazy. Do you have to visit a psychiatrist now, too? To eliminate that possibility? Sometimes it is easy, and easier, for many humans to find out what they really are by at least eliminating what they are not. Check them off the list so you can at least put your mind at ease that it isn't this and it isn't that. What you're left with at that point will be then an undeniable reflection of what it is you are and what it is you're capable of doing, and it will also help you learn how to use it in a way that will alter it to be more representative of what it can be when it's actually utilized. And that's why I said, answer the ringing.
Thank you.
You're mostly sort of waiting to see what happens.
Yeah.
Instead of being proactive about it.
Mm-hmm.
Cross off the list what you're concerned about, even though you may not want to act like you are. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Be honest about the fact that there are some human concerns within you about what this may be. So cross them off the list. Follow me?
Yes.
Go have yourself checked. Eliminate them so you will know it's nothing to do with that. And then you will be more certain about what it is and what you can do. And that will also, in that process, lead you into what you need to do next. Always follow the path of least resistance. It will lead you where you need to go. Don't shun or shirk the things that are available to you in physical reality just because you think that doing that has nothing to do with spirituality. It often will help you find your true spirit when you acknowledge and access all the things that are just naturally available to you in your reality. Now, I'm not saying you have to believe in allopathic medicine or anything like that if you don't want to, if you prefer something else. But you can take advantage of what you are willing to accept in terms of diagnostics. You follow me?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Yes.
Do you find in this conversation that you are relaxing a little bit more about this?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, I don't think I'm really worried about it being something I have to go...
Why do you find that you're relaxing?
I don't know.
Think about it. Say that louder. All right. And why do you trust me? You don't even know me. You've never even seen me. How do you know I am who I say I am? Are these good questions?
Yes.
Do you have some answers?
Yes, because within me that rings true. I mean, it feels
It
right.
what? I believe you have hit it squarely on the head. What this is all about is what rings true in you. And that's what the ringing is attempting to put you in touch with.
what rings true for you. So use it to your advantage. All right?
Thank you very much.
And remember, you're actually trusting yourself.
Yes.
I'm just a reflection of your willingness to do that. That's all. I don't really want your power. I've got enough of my own. But you can use your power by paying attention to the symbols you give yourself. Because that's exactly what it's all about. All I have done is given you a space in which you can talk to yourself more freely and come up with those brilliant insights like you just did. Because what you say rings true. You're talking to yourself. And that's what the whole issue is about, is you figuring out what really rings true for you. Mm-hmm. And that's why you've caused the ringing, to bring your attention to the fact that that's the way you need to look at it. That's the way you need to define it. And that's the way you need to approach it. So, if it's an issue of figuring out what the ringing is, then put your mind at ease any way you can, eliminate all the possibilities that are not you, and whatever you're left with will ring true. All right?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes, it does a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your assistance.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you for coming to the East Coast. I've been waiting for a while.
Well, you're welcome, but I'm not on the East Coast.
Well, I guess
I am. But thank
you
for the sentiment.
I spoke with you last night. Did you hear me?
I'm in my ship over your Cairo.
The last couple of days, I've had quite intense experience of paradox, I guess, that I've caused for myself.
Oh, all right. How exciting!
Except that right now I'm finding an intense physical reaction in my heart chakra. Which
such as?
It's racing.
Bracing?
Racing.
Racing.
And
what's it racing against?
I'm not sure, but I feel as if that jar that you told us to put core beliefs in is ready to shatter.
Well, then do the exercise.
Okay, but I was hoping for a little assistance here today.
Aside from all the other tools I've suggested. That wasn't assistance.
Well, do I need to go to a medical doctor right now and have my heart checked? Or shall I trust that this is the process of shattering? Because I feel like I'm on a major threshold energetically.
May I ask you a question?
Please.
Well, thank you. How kind of you. Is there somewhere on your planet you would actually prefer to be right now?
No.
Nowhere at all, more than where you are?
No, I wanted to be in your presence and with these people.
I understand the moment here, but I mean in general in terms of location. Is there somewhere that you would really like to go that you haven't gone to?
I had planned to be in Hawaii.
When?
This past week.
And why aren't you?
I'm working on that one.
Working
Trying to
on
understand.
What?
I had a trip planned that I was excited about, following my passion, and it was canceled for various reasons.
And? What stopped you from going?
I made the decision not to go.
Because?
Of other people's needs.
Such as?
A subpoena for a court case that actually never happened.
Ah. So you distracted yourself.
Yes, I did. I understand that now.
All right. Well, then, what's stopping you from going now? Do you want some help with that? Do you want a hint? Do you want a clue?
Sure.
Oh, all right. Repeat after me. Nothing.
Nothing.
When will you go?
I guess when I'm ready.
Which will be when?
I don't know.
How long will you hold yourself back from the place you really want to be that's representative of relaxation, vacation, giving yourself that joy, giving yourself that treat that you deserve to give yourself? How long will you keep yourself from the place and the vibration you want to be? How many excuses will you create to make it seem as if you can't get there when in fact you could? Oh, I'm sorry. That was a very long question.
Good question.
Your heart is racing because you are not where you want to be.
Okay.
You need to be in a place that is representative of calming energy.
So should I just move there?
I'm not telling you what to do, but certainly you could at least go there and see how you feel.
Okay.
And make a decision from that point forward. But the point is, you have held yourself back by creating clever circumstances that give you a reason not to go there. Why wouldn't you want to go there?
Well, at this point, there's a person who was there that I was going to visit that is no longer there. So
another reason not to go.
Right.
Why wouldn't you want to go there? What does Hawaii represent to you?
Ascension, peace.
It represents ascension and peace, and yet you're not on the next plane? Why not? Yes, you do. What are you afraid of? What's so scary about ascension and peace? Is it maybe that if you go into the vibration that is truly you, you will actually have to be your true self, and then you will actually have to experience how other people might react to that? Could that be it?
Yeah, I think that's in the jar.
That's in the jar. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I think I understand that.
And what else might be in the jar?
I had an experience when I was in my 20s of being involved with a group of people called the Ascended Masters Activity.
Yes.
And I would like, if possible, you to clarify whether that was a legitimate experience. I've had some conflicting information about it.
All right. Did you get something out of it?
Yes, I got a lot of positive out of it, but I also found some conflicting information.
Are you simply saying there are elements of it that don't work for you?
I feel that it presented a core belief that is very ingrained in me that I have a hard time.
You mean it illuminated a core belief?
I'm not sure. I feel like it was almost like implanted in me.
No.
No?
No. It illuminated a core belief.
Okay.
Therefore it served you. What's the core belief?
The entire process of it was all the information. I don't know if it's true. If everything that I was told I trusted, and I'm not sure if it's true. In particular connections to certain cosmic beings and ascended beings.
All right. And who cares if it is?
I do.
Why?
Because I put my trust in that.
But why does it make a difference?
I don't know. And I don't want it to.
Then it doesn't.
Okay.
Now, are you going to put your trust in that?
I don't know. It's very confusing for me.
I know. You are experiencing co-fusion. You are creating dichotomous belief systems and attempting to reconcile them.
Right.
You have to simply choose one or the other. You will not reconcile them. They are, by definition, not reconcilable, and that's the belief system you're creating your reality from. You are attempting to reconcile the unreconcilable because you think they have to be reconciled. You think that this has to make sense with that. It doesn't. It's just up to you to choose what makes sense to you and toss the rest out the window. It's all true. None of it's true. You determine your reality. The basic truth of existence is that all truths are true. But they're only true for the people that believe they're true. They're not true for those that don't. There is no truth that is more true than another truth. They're all real. They're all unreal because they're all created by you. And that's the truth.
So if I've forged connections, in my belief system with certain beings,
yes.
It's absolutely functional for me to continue associating.
And that might be a better word for you. Functional. Does it function? Does it allow you to function in the way you want to function in your life to create the things you wish to create? If it does, it's not an issue of whether it's true or not. It's an issue of, does it work for you? So perhaps it would be easier for you to replace the word truth as if there was some ultimate truth with the word work. Does it work for you? That's the truest truth. Does it work for you? Then you don't have to spend time figuring out how to fit a round peg in a square hole. It's just a matter of saying, well, that doesn't work. Toss it away. Oh, there's the square peg. Hey, that fits fine. I like that one. That works. Then you don't have to worry where the round peg went. It doesn't matter. That might be someone else's truth, but it may not be yours. And it just doesn't work for you. So don't worry about it. It doesn't belong to you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is this helping?
I think so. Can I ask one more question?
If I can ask you one.
Okay.
You first.
Nick was talking to you about a connection with the Orion constellation.
Yes.
And I would like to know if there is a being by the name of Sanat Kumara who is associated with that constellation who I feel connected to somehow.
Yes.
Is that it? Is there anything you can tell me about the nature of him?
Yes.
Would you?
No. Oh, all right.
Oh.
The nature of the vibrational name you have given us is associated in the Orion systems in ancient times with a speaker that voiced, one of the first to voice the idea that oppression must not be met with resistance but with compassion. And that's what would turn it around. Make sense?
Yes.
That compassion must be given from yourself to yourself in order to eliminate and dissolve any resistance you may find within yourself that's creating confusion. Because confusion and pain and doubt and fear are all the products of resisting your natural self. So be compassionate with yourself. Treat yourself in the way that works best for you. Pick and choose the reality that you prefer. Pick and choose the truths that work for you. Use them. It's up to you. May I now ask you my question?
Yes.
When will you go to Hawaii? Because being in the vibration you know you want to be in is what will actually help put you in the proper state to answer a lot of these questions for yourself.
I knew that too. I should have gone.
There are no shoulds, but I know you knew that, and that's why we're having this conversation. The point is, that's what works for you. So do it. Okay. Without expectation. Just do it because that's where you need to move to in order to be in the proper state to receive what next you need to receive. That's all there is to it. No expectation. Many times you are lured to certain places and lured by your excitement, not because there's supposed to be a particular end result in the thing that lured you, but because you simply need to be lured in that direction to be in the proper state to receive the next thing you need to receive. Your higher self is very sneaky, but it knows what it's doing. And so do you if you actually relax, don't be so hard on yourself, and just pay attention to what's really in your heart. Then your heart won't have to race to get your attention. You understand?
Yes.
So, speak to your heart with compassion and deservability and love. Go where you need to go to show yourself you are willing to show yourself love and compassion if that's what excites you. Does this help?
Yes.
Bon voyage.
Thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
And mahalo.
Very good.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. Recently, I participated in a program with the purpose of business management, improving my business, and it was under the foundation of Scientology.
All right.
And while I was there, I was really trying to make heartfelt decisions based on what I was listening to with my higher self.
All right.
And I felt like I was following my excitement.
All right.
Since I've been back,
yes.
I've been going through horrendous meltdown.
Well, that might be a good thing. We'll see.
Well, that's what I need some guidance with.
All right. What kind of meltdown? Can you be more specific in your definition?
Definitely heart chakra pain, fear, doubt, confusion.
About what?
Everything.
Everything
I've ever believed in.
Such as?
Spirituality.
Give me one example.
Who I am.
Which means what?
What my intentions have been, what my passion has been in healing.
In healing?
Helping others to heal.
Being a healer.
Right.
All right. What has brought you to the brink of doubting this as your passion?
I have no idea. It's all of a sudden I've hit this crash, this wall, that everything has fallen apart around me, and I don't even have anything to grasp onto.
Congratulations! This is a very wonderful place for you to have arrived. A very, very magical and creative place for you to have taken yourself. You have put yourself in a situation and fed yourself information that would bring this about, so that you could break yourself down to the core and build yourself back up exactly and precisely as you prefer to, rather than bringing with you anything at all, even a shred of an idea that doesn't work for you. Only by breaking yourself down completely and utterly can you really examine what all the parts are you've been carrying and drop and let go of the ones that don't work for you when you start to reassemble yourself in a new way, recrystallize yourself in a new way. Now, you've done it in a very bold way, which means the degree of pain you are experiencing is directly proportional to the degree of strength you possess. You understand that concept?
Absolutely.
You are all very strong beings, as evidenced and proven by the degrees to which you subject yourself to immense discomfort and pain. You are eternal beings, and you know it. And I'm not saying you have to go through the pain or had to make those choices, but if you do, take it to heart that that's a sign that you are that strong. You are that powerful. You are, in fact, literally indestructible. And by choosing a method that actually makes it seem as if you are falling apart, literally destroying yourself, you are using the very archetypal symbol itself that is the polar opposite of what you actually are. You are embodying in that experience all the negative definitions of the positive side of your reality, which is you are completely experiencing a total breakdown, total meltdown, total destruction to show yourself in no uncertain terms that the other side of the same coin is that you are indestructible. Because you cannot have one side without the other. You cannot have the head of a coin without having the tail, or there is no coin. So if you have all that darkness, understand it means you have exactly the same opposite amount in light. So the degree to which you take yourself down into the darkness is the degree to which you actually also exist in the light. And all you have to do is see it that way, understand that's how it can be viewed, and then flip it. Very easily, flip it. Is this making some sense to you?
Yes.
Is this helping?
It's helping, but
yes. But
I want to know how. How do I flip that coin?
Well, I'm telling you.
Okay.
You see, here again is a perfect example of what we were talking about before in terms of definitions. I have actually told you exactly how to transform it. But what you actually heard because of old definitions is, you heard me say, now we can begin the process of you transforming it. What I actually said is, this is how it is already transformed. In other words, the very concept itself I delivered to you is the end of the transformation. The very realization of what I just said to you, when you realize it, is the end of the transition, unless you don't define that it is. Unless you define it as the beginning. You need to define what I just said to you as the end.
I get it.
of the process. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that make a difference in you?
Yes.
When you said, I get it, did you feel the flip?
Yes, I did.
There you go. Now, are you willing to believe it's that easy? That's another core belief. Are you willing to believe it's that easy? I didn't ask you if you believed it was that easy. I asked if you were willing to believe it was.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, I am willing to believe it.
All right. Very good. So, take all the pressure off yourself for having to believe it right now. But remember that you did get it.
Yes.
And that means you do believe it. But you don't have to believe that you do.
Got it.
If that doesn't feel comfortable yet. If that doesn't feel quite human.
Okay.
You follow me? Sometimes, and this is very profound, and it will become more profound for more of you as you move forward in this age of transition and transformation, as you discover more and more of who you are and what the behaviors and actions are of the being you really prefer to be. When you discover more of what that's all about, a very profound thing will come into play in your belief system, and this is a very powerful core belief for many of you. As soon as you begin to realize the full extent of your true reality, your true power, many of you will hesitate to actually move toward it any faster than the rest of you will. Because you don't want to stand out, you don't want to look alien.
Yeah.
You don't want to look foreign, you don't want to be unrelatable. You understand? Because if you suddenly became, in your mind, everything you could possibly be, you would be so different than anyone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to relate to you. And you know what might happen? They might even fear you. And you know what might happen if they did that? They might nail you to a cross.
Yes, I have had that experience.
All right. So you get the point.
I absolutely get that point.
However, really, in this day and age, you can be as bold as you want, and it will be all right. I guarantee. As long as you believe it will. But the rate is up to you. I know you all kind of want to go up through this together a little bit. Some of you will be a little bit ahead, a little bit behind. You take turns being ahead, take turns being behind. But you all kind of actually sort of want to move at a rate where you have your friends with you in this process. And that's all right. But know that's what you're doing, and however you choose to do it is all right. Does that help?
Very much so. Thank you.
Thank you. And blessings to you. And blessings to you all. We will extend at this time to each and every one of you our appreciation, our gratitude, our deep unconditional love, and a reminder. Use these tools, these techniques. You will change if you use them. But it's up to you. Totally, utterly, completely up to you. Please take that to heart. It's in your hands. It is your choice. The universe will not contradict you. You are the universe. Enjoy. Good day.